We pray for the safety and security of all those involved and for our military around the world. Lord, we also lift up the family of Steve Burns, the Fox Sports community, and the entire NASCAR community, and pray that you give them the peace that passes all understanding. Lord, we love you, and it's in your precious and holy righteous name we pray. Amen.
Here to honor America, please welcome the 313th United States Army Band, joined by Marsha Brownlee, senior student at the Alabama Institute for Deaf and Blind, as they perform our national anthem.
Beautiful weather for a great scene. There's just nothing like Talladega. Spectacular crashes, surprises, legend drivers, and great speeds. With our short track swing in the rearview mirror, we now head further south to Alabama, where Talladega Superspeedway awaits. Its 2-mile-plus track makes it the longest on the circuit. In fact, its backstretch alone is as long as the Richmond International Raceway. On top of that, Dega is responsible for some of the fastest speeds, with large packs of cars racing door to door, and the big one is always lurking. The Earnhardts have made quite an impression in Alabama. Dale Earnhardt Sr. has the most wins here with 10, while his son has the most consecutive wins with 4. It's a Mardi Gras-like atmosphere in the infield and an anything-goes attitude on the track. Talladega's a trip, a walk on the wild side, more like a race on the wild side. Kurt Busch, the latest to 5 victory lanes. So that means 7 lucky and talented drivers have all but locked up spots in the chase. 9 openings remain for someone to win and get into NASCAR's version of the playoffs. You can chase what matters. And there's your favorite for today's race. Dale Earnhardt Jr. at 7-1. Jeff Gordon, Jimmy Johnson, Kevin Harvick also on the board. Kurt Busch, who has never won here, at 12-1, although he won last week. And you see Brad Keselowski, who has 3 wins, at 12-1. Let's head back trackside.
Race fans, it's time for those most famous words in motorsports. Here to give the command, please welcome biomedical equipment tech at Maxwell Air Force Base, Senior Airman James A. Sotilli.
Drivers, start your engines.
It's a race that has seen as many as 88 lead changes over just over 500 miles per hour with incredible speed. So let's welcome in the guys calling the race after a couple of weeks of rain. Nice to enjoy the sunshine. Darrell Waltrip, Larry McReynolds, and Mike Joy.
Haven't seen a cloud all weekend, Chris, but Darrell, I'm conflicted. I keep hearing about speed. I keep hearing about danger. Cars racing 3 wide. Cars riding on their roof. My goodness, this place is full of conflicts.
Well, that's why, and it's not that we make that up. We come here not expecting the big one. We know we will have the big one, and it's not something we promote. It's just a way of life at this racetrack. But what you have to be careful of here is underestimating your competition. You're going to find yourself at the end of this race racing with people that maybe you've never raced with before. Maybe a Landon Castle, maybe a Josh Wise, a number of guys, and then maybe even a Danica that's up in there that you just don't know what to expect. And that's how you win and lose these races, expecting the unexpected.
Well, there are a number of impressive favorites. The gap from Jeff Gordon to the rest of the field to second was larger than the gap from there back to 21st. But Larry, no dark clouds. A lot of interesting dark horses.
No, it's race day. Forget practice, forget qualifying. Every driver in this field feels like circumstances prevail. They can go to victory lane. Even drivers that's never won a race before, like David Gilliland, Danica Patrick, Ricky Stenhouse. The way the draft works and as wide as this track is, yeah, you may get work to the back, but you can work back to the front.
If your engine will crank, you have a chance to win at Talladega. Just watch when they go to work in the draft shortly, right here on Fox.
Hi, I'm Rhett Rayburn, Southeast Regional Vice President for Geico Insurance. On behalf of 13.6 million policyholders and over 33,000 associates spread across the country, it's my pleasure to welcome you to the Geico 500 at Talladega Superspeedway, where anything can happen. We have thoroughly enjoyed our over 10-year relationship with NASCAR, and we hope you thoroughly enjoy today's race. So sit back, relax, and let's go racing.
I know there's a brighter side where the dreamers live and the nightmares die. We won't know the difference if we make it out alive. Brave boys cheer.
Talladega, Alabama, the world's fastest speedway, home to the Geico 500 today on Fox. Let's have a look at the Geico starting grid for today's race. Six-time Talladega winner Jeff Gordon distanced the field in qualifying. His Hendrick Chevrolet teammate Casey Kane. Best start of the season. That's your front row. Ryan Blaney, the rookie, is the only Ford in the top 5. It's his best career start. Five-time Talladega winner Dale Earnhardt Jr. in a Chevy. Jimmy Johnson, twice he's been to victory lane here. Tony Stewart, best start of the season, both in Chevrolets. Paul Menard, top 10 in 2 of the last 3 here, and the 2012 winner, Matt Kenseth. David Reagan won this race 2 years ago, and Clint Boyer, a 2-time Talladega winner, both in Toyotas. Casey Mears, top 10 in the last 3 restrictor races, and Sam Hornish Jr. makes his first start here since 2012. Kyle Larson, 9th in this race last year. Austin Dillon finished 3rd in yesterday's Xfinity race. Brad Keselowski, 3 Talladega wins, including last October here. And Brian Scott, yesterday's runner-up. Denny Hamlin, last year's winner. And Ryan Newman, top 10 in 3 of his last 5 starts here. Row 10, Kurt Busch, last week's winner, is a 3-time restrictor plate runner-up. And Greg Biffle finished 2nd here last May. Joey Logano's yesterday winner, the Daytona 500 champ, and Carl Edwards looking for his first Daytona or Talladega point-paying win. Michael Waltrip, 4 career wins, all at Daytona or Talladega. Kevin Harvick, the 2010 winner. Danica Patrick's finished top 10 in 2 of the last 4 races, and Trevor Bayne, who won the Daytona 500 in 2011. Jamie McMurray, 2 victories at Talladega. Eric Almirola won at Daytona last July. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. and Landon Castle, a couple of those dark horses in row 15. A.J. Allmendinger and Bobby Labonte returns to the series. He won here in 1998.
What do you say we talk to Clint Boyer? Hey, Clint Boyer, it's DW, buddy. You got a copy?
Gotcha, Big Daddy.
Attaboy. Hey, Boyer, you start in 10th. Great starting spot. You finished 3rd both races here last year. Is that Toyota ready to go to victory lane today?
Well, whether she's ready or not, somehow, some way, we got to get her there. She's, Patty and all the boys worked really hard on this pink Toyota. Proud of them. A good starting spot, like you said, which means this baby's got a lot of speed in it. It's got a bob and weave. You got to be smart, put yourself in the right situation, see what the race, how it plays out, stay out of these cautions, and be there at the end. I mean, that's the only way you can win these things, is make sure you stay out of trouble, give yourself a chance. So I'm going to try to stay up here till I don't like what I see, and I'll probably get back here and ride around, play hide and seek for a little while, and then pounce on them in the end.
All right, my friend, I'm going to switch over and talk to your boss here. Michael, he's back here behind you. I'm going to see what he's going to do today. Are y'all going to try to work together?
Well, he's the boss, so yeah, for sure. But good luck with that interview. I'm going racing.
Yeah, 10-4, buddy. You know my problems.
All right, now Clint Boyer will roll off 10th for Michael Waltrip Racing, whereas Michael's number 55 will start back in the 12th row in 23rd position.
We're going to dial him up here in a second. Barb's over here getting him on the radio. Hey, Mikey, it's DW. You got a copy, buddy?
Yeah, brother. I'm at home here in my Aaron's Dream Machine. How can I help you?
Well, I just wondered what your strategy was for today, or if you've even thought about it yet.
Well, I talked to several drivers, Carl in particular, and he said he was going to see if he could go at first, and if he can get there, he's going to stay there, and if he can, he's going to ride and try to be safe. I think that's a good plan for me, too. Got some fast cars around me. My car ran good on Friday, so I think I'm going to try to go like heck when they say go.
Buddy, let me ask you a quick question. What makes you so good on the Daytona and Talladega? You've always excelled on those two tracks.
I think it's just knowing where your car wants to run in the air. It's situational awareness. You have to make sure when you've got your nose a half a car length to the left, what that does to your car. You've got to learn how to gain on other cars just using your car and the air. And to me, that's the key to victory. We've seen a great display of that yesterday. That last lap by Joey Logano was driving perfection. And hopefully I can pull some of that off today myself.
Man, I never heard that before. Situational awareness. That's deep right there. So good luck and stay out of some of those bad situations.
You become real aware of those bad ones, D-Dub.
All right, let's get down to pit road for late breaking stories. Matt Yoakum.
Mike, the flavor at the front of the grid may be Chevrolet, but if you haven't driven a Ford lately, you haven't won one of the last 3 restrictor plate races. Joey Logano did it back in February at the Daytona 500. He won Saturday's Xfinity race with authority. He's looking to pull off his first ever career weekend sweep. It's been done 4 times here at Talladega. The last to do it, the Pied Piper, Dale Earnhardt Jr. back in 2003. Joey looks to make it exciting starting 21st. Jimmy Little?
Well, Matt, it seems like no matter where we go, what weekend it is, Kevin Harvick is a threat for the pole and the win. Well, so far this weekend at Talladega, that hasn't been the case. He qualified 24th, his worst effort of the year. I talked to his crew chief, Rodney Childers, and he said even though this is the same car from Daytona that they finished second with, it just hasn't had the speed they had hoped for. But good news for Harvick fans, he doesn't want to stay mid-pack. He wants to get to the front early. Vince Welch?
Jimmy Johnson loves a physical challenge, so yesterday he did a 62-mile bike ride with a 5,000-foot elevation climb. But he's not worrying about being tired today, he said, because this race is all mental. It's about your eyes and your brain. It's like a chess match. He wants to protect his king, that 48 car, today by keeping it up in the front all day long. Chris Neville?
Vince, there's 13 Talladega wins between the Hendrick drivers, but Casey Kane, he's still looking for his first. He's come close. He's finished second twice. And when he's had a fast car, he says he just hasn't had the right dance partner at the end. Well, he's got 3 of his teammates starting in the top 5 today, and he's hoping that's what he needs to find victory lane.
Thanks, Chris. The rules of the road here are a little different. Andy Petrie.
Yeah, Mike, they are a little different. Most tracks have a yellow line that designates the racing surface and the apron of the racetrack. But here at Daytona, or at Daytona and here at Talladega, it designates a no passing zone. It's double yellow line here. And if you go below that line and advance your position and don't give it back, you can expect a black flag when you come by the start-finish line. Now, this is not a no-go area. We'll see cars that'll run below this line at times when they don't make a pass or advance their position. There'll be no penalty for that. But if you do advance your position, we know what a trip down pit road under green can do to your day here at Talladega.
Thanks, Andy. They're in the back straightaway for the final time at pace car speeds. We have hardly seen a cloud all weekend. It's 75 degrees, track temp 121 on the asphalt. Just barely a hint of a breeze here in central Alabama as we're about to go 188 laps, 500 miles. And like Andy said, at 55 down pit road, you'll feel like you're stopped. Every 42 to 46 laps, they'll be in for Sunoco race fuel.
Mike, that back straightaway, 4,300 feet long. That's a long back straightaway.
And that track temp of 120 degrees, that's the hottest it's been. I've got to believe handling's going to play a little bigger issue today than we maybe are anticipating.
I've heard across the board, Larry, even from our posts that are a little concerned about the cars being loose today, a little tail happy.
They roll off turn number 4. The tunnel to the infield is there. And they come to the tri-oval, which Darrell talked about during the pre-race. The other reason that Bill France Sr. moved the start-finish line, these are the most saleable seats in the place with a great view of pit road. But when you put the start-finish line down here, it makes this some pretty prime real estate too for ticket-buying race fans.
I think he said, how can I aggravate those drivers just a little bit more?
A lot of lead changes between right here and the finish line on the final lap.
A lot of races have been won and lost from where the cars are now to where the start-finish line is. Green flags in the air. Boogity, boogity, boogity! Let's go racing, boys!
Pole sitter Jeff Gordon elected the inside for the start. And right against that yellow line is where he maintains his lead. Rookie Ryan Blaney in the Ford is second. Casey Kane trying to bring Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Tony Stewart up the outside.
You know, the favorite won the Kentucky Derby, the favorite won the fight last night. I got to believe the favorite, that 24 car, has a pretty darn good shot at winning this race today.
Unlike the Xfinity Series race yesterday, no rules about bumping or pushing in the Sprint Cup Series. You got to be a little careful, though, but there's no rules against it.
Gordon moves up to pick up his teammate, Casey Kane in the 5, then Dale Earnhardt Jr. in the 88, and now drops back down to cover the spot as Blaney advances in that red and white number 21.
Well, you see the 4 Hendrick cars there, the 24, the 48, the 5, and the 88 with that 21 with Ryan Blaney right in the middle of those guys. And remember, that's the car that took Trevor Bayne to victory in the Daytona 500 a couple of years ago.
Bayne is in that third lane, way on the outside, and the number 6 for Roush Fenway Racing, trying to make something happen in the third lane to the outside.
He has about 7 or 8 drivers behind him, but it just looks like right now that inside line that Jeff Gordon and the 24 is pulling, they keep kind of inching away, although Casey Kane in the 5 is trying to bring that group up.
Yeah, it's interesting, Larry. I talked to Dale Jr. about this in our interview we did yesterday, how much harder it is to side draft with this new car, with this particular car. You get up there, you get the side draft, but you can't blast past the guy like you have in the past.
This track is 10 years newer than Daytona International Speedway. They banked it steeper, they made it longer, but most importantly, they made this track wider than Daytona. There's plenty of room to race here.
Well, I hesitate to say this, but this place is a whole lot easier to run on and race on than Daytona is. Daytona very narrow, like you said. Here very wide, kind of like a 2-lane road at Daytona and an interstate here at Talladega.
Riding with Kevin Harvick, Eric Almirola just ahead.
Mike, you mentioned Trevor Bayne in that 21 car, and remember, he started all the way back in the 26th position. He's about to crack the top 10 after 3.5 laps.
Larry, where do you think Jeff Gordon is headed here? I mean, he was up front and now all of a sudden moved up, got passed by a bunch of cars. You think he's just trying some different lines?
I don't know. I don't see him working his way to the back because there's no way to work to the back right now.
No, it's funny, though, that I think he's actually experimenting just a little bit here right now, trying to see how far back he can go or if he can go back a little ways and then pull himself back to the front. Not a bad thing to do early on when the cars are bunched up like this, because this is what we're going to see at the end of the day.
So Gordon goes from the inside to the outside, and Dale Earnhardt Jr., the blue car, jumps right up in front of Gordon, leaving Tony Stewart out front against Casey Kane. Stewart in the 14, Kane in the 5, 2 Chevys against the Ford of Ryan Blaney. Vince Welch.
Well, Ryan Blaney, the second car in that bottom line. This is just his 6th Sprint Cup Series start. Their strategy, staying up front, trying to avoid getting shuffled out, but they said they really want to hug the bottom and stay in line, don't make any crazy moves, earn the respect of the veteran drivers, and by doing that, staying up front, they feel like at the end of the day, if they can do it, they might still have a shot.
I just always believe at Daytona and Talladega, that yellow line is your best friend. If you get down there on that yellow line, no one can pass you on the inside.
Now, the only friend he has possibly is that white car in the middle, Brad Keselowski. That's the only other Ford up at the front, the number 2.
Well, yeah, but remember my favorite word when we come to Daytona and Talladega, coopetition. You'll work with anybody. I don't care if he's driving a Studebaker, if he can push you to the front.
I know what looks good right now. I know it's early, but how about Tony Stewart in that 14 car out front? He wants to stay out front. You look at his last 4 finishes at a restrictor plate race outside the top 30.
Well, that 24 is doing exactly what I thought he could do. He went back, picked up some help, and now he's pushing himself to the outside. We're 3 wide here in the 1 and 2, and Jeff Gordon up on the outside is pulling he and the 3 car right along with him.
That's Austin Dillon. Gordon was so strong in qualifying. He had 3/10 on the field, Darrell. Who wouldn't want to work with him? He's got the fastest car.
Well, that statistic that you said at the opening there about him being 3/10 quicker than the second place car, and the second place car back to the 21st place car is not that close. Unbelievable. That's why I think that makes him the favorite. If you got to pick a favorite today, he's got the best horse.
These cars were...
He's pulling off running like you did.
Sounded that Long Island exit sounded like Eddie DeHunt, Jeff Gordon's spotter.
Said he was cooling off.
Yep.
Cooling off a little bit. Got these things taped up pretty tight. And like Larry mentioned, it's a lot harder today than what we have seen here. Get in a big draft of cars like this, those temps will shoot up in a hurry.
Right now, we have 3 wide, about 8 rows deep. In fact, we have about 28, 29 drivers within a second of each other.
And trust me, the turbulence in the pack, back in behind the cars here in the middle of this pack, 3 and 4 wide, the turbulence is shaking that car all over. The hood, the roof, the whole car is vibrating.
Kevin Harvick back at 18th. Daytona 500 winner Joey Logano back at 26th. But all within 1 second of Tony Stewart, who leads this 9th lap at Talladega. Stewart started the season with a lot of optimism. Felt good about his race team and his car. Been a good bit of aggravation for Stewart since, but now he is the leader at Talladega.
Probably got a new helmet this week too.
Tony Stewart has led 5 laps of the Geico 500. Side by side with Dale Earnhardt Jr., then Casey Kane, Jeff Gordon, Ryan Blaney. 4 Chevys and a Ford in the first 5 at the conclusion of 11 laps. Here are your Ford EcoBoost track facts. Ford Performance has won the last 3 restrictor plate races. That means Talladega and Daytona. The last 2 have been won by Team Penske. Ford, go further.
There's just so much pride that goes into the cars that you run at Daytona and Talladega. It's a team effort. From the body hanger to the engine man to the pit crew to the driver, everybody participates and can make a difference.
Now you're riding with Dale Earnhardt Jr. in the 88. He hooked up with his Chevrolet teammates of Jeff Gordon and Jimmy Johnson, the 24 and the 48. They pushed him out front, and then he dove in front of Tony Stewart in the 14 car to take the lead.
Hey, is that not ironic that Tony and Dale Jr. running together today.
Yeah, because last week they wrecked together.
Yeah.
At Richmond.
They were running into each other last week. Today they're helping each other, and that's kind of what I say about competition. You put last week behind you and work on today.
Yeah, just under 235. And the debris is helping us out front, so we'll be good there.
Here are a couple of drivers who have dropped positions since the start of the race. Don't think those are indicative of problems, maybe just strategy. Chris?
Well, Clint Bowyer starting 10th, but he was mad on the radio in the first couple laps. He said that Matt Kentz has pulled out. He was his drafting partner there early, and Bowyer just lost the draft, so he slid to the back, and he's just hanging out back there right now. But he is saying after 13 laps, he's happy with his race car.
Yeah, and you just can't get mad at a guy. You can't get mad at somebody if they pull you up there, and then they've got to make the best decision for them, not what's best for you. So you just have to deal with that all day long.
Yeah, that list of drivers, the only one I was a little surprised, but I think a lot because of where he qualified, was Joey Logano, who started 21st at 22. He's one of those, you see him right there, that has dropped back in the yellow car.
And I'm glad to know Bowyer had a problem and fell back without intentionally doing it, because, you know, you heard what he said. I'm going to take this thing to the front and lead this thing. That was his plan when he started, but you got to. This thing is fluid, man. You got to be willing to make changes as you go along, adapt. And a lot of it, Mike and Larry, Larry knows this, it's dictated by the car. The car is telling you what the car can do and what it will do and what it won't do. And it's the driver's responsibility to get that feedback from the car and then apply it the best way he can.
Now, Stewart's led the most laps, but he has now dropped back to 8th on the inside in the draft. Dale Earnhardt Jr. out front. Jamie?
Yes, and so far so good for the 88. Started 4th, now he's leading. Greg Ives, his crew chief, told me this morning their plan was to run up front early. Why? Because he said it's a good idea to let the rest of the field know what kind of speed you have early, because later, if you need help, they'll run with you. As the 24 regains the lead, Mike.
Jeff Gordon back out front. Dale Earnhardt Jr., Austin Dillon, and Brad Keselowski on the inside lane. Jamie McMurray behind Trevor Bayne. They have fought since the start of the race on the high side to get to the front. They're finally there.
I think Austin Dillon, I've seen some improvement in the performance of the car and the driver, and I think a lot of it I credit to him running the Xfinity races. He's been running quite a few of those this year. He ran it yesterday, and he's doing pretty darn good.
But think about his first start here in the Sprint Cup Series in the fall of 2013, subbing for the injured Tony Stewart. He almost won the race that day and got caught up in a last lap crash on the backstretch.
I think you see these guys kind of shove each other down the straightaway, but man, it's these cars are a little bit looser than these guys would like for them to be. You got to be careful pushing around on the car in front of you. You can get that guy out of shape so quick and so easy.
But there were 17 coming up to 18 laps into this race right now, which is getting close to half of a fuel run. The premium line seemed to be around the bottom to start the race. Now they're starting around the top of the racetrack.
Where's Jeff Gordon?
On the bottom.
That's it. Well,
the front.
wherever
Right.
he looks like the Pied Piper today to me. Go where he goes.
Let's catch up on our Daytona 500 winner, Joey Logano, who is deep in the field, Matt.
Started 21st, Mike, and he has faded back to the mid-30s. Early on, Joey's car was tight. He couldn't make any headway due to how deep in the field he started. Right now, he's just riding, but he also has told his team his car has started to free up. Not sure if that's because the air around him has changed.
I saw him go into turn 3 right there, Mike. I thought I saw the car a little twitchy. Looked like the car was just a little wee bit loose getting in there. And now he's documenting that car's a little on the free side.
Logano 28th as Jeff Gordon leads them around Talladega. 18 laps complete. Smoker there, Brian Scott. And he goes around and he gets collected. Scott collected by Michael Waltrip. And we're under caution.
Yeah, Michael's got serious damage. You see a lot of damage to the front end, tire rub. He may have even punctured the radiator.
Something let go on Scott's number 33. And Michael Waltrip was just in the wrong place, wrong time. Let's have a look from our Goodyear aerial coverage.
Yeah, you'll see Scott up here in the 33 start smoking. Right there he goes. That's past the start-finish line, head to turn 1. Right along here, you'll start to see a little trail of smoke. Looks like he's pretty good, going to be able to hang on to it, but then oil gets under the tires, around he goes, and Michael had absolutely nowhere to go, drove right into him.
I got to be candid, though. This is why I do not like riding around in the back. I know you can get caught up in a wreck anywhere, but I just don't like riding in the back.
Just remember one thing. Michael's got some damage, and if he didn't hurt the radiator, which I'm not sure if he did or not, he can beat that front end out. Be surprised how well he can still run.
Look at the 22, Joey Logano. Joey was lucky, Michael was not.
Yep. Just didn't see that coming. The 33 looked like he had it under control, but then as oil got under the tires, around it went, and that's heavy damage to Michael's car.
Kept my car going straight. Just turned right in front of me. Yeah, 10-4. It's solid.
Brian Scott is okay. He's climbed from the car, walked to the ambulance, and the mandatory trip to the care center.
Yeah, that was a shot in the driver's door left side there, but it was blunt. I mean, the whole front of Michael's car was into the whole left side of Scott's car, so good to see him get out of that race car.
First caution of the day, lap 19. No lapped cars, so no free pass.
And that's what's going to make pit road interesting, Mike, because we've run 20 laps. Every driver will be on pit road. I think we'll see strategy all over the place. It's going to be so congested, though, if you're changing just 2 tires, you'll be leaving your pit box before other drivers even get in.
One thing I noticed, you notice these guys are all wearing the face mask. A lot of them are. This guy here isn't. But I saw a number of the teams have gone to the sock for all the pit crew members based on what happened at Richmond last week.
Yeah, pit crew fire for Brendan Gaughan's team. The gas can shut off. Did not, and fuel spilled, fire erupted.
There you go. This is a look of the sock and a lot of protection.
Jamie Little.
Well, we've talked about some safety initiatives. The 27 Paul Menard's team, they've elected to go to full face helmets all around the car. Every man over the wall, head socks, full face helmets. They're the only team I know of. You see them there on the wall. Meanwhile, they're making their way down pit road. We're going to watch Paul Menard, who's worked his way forward. Everybody ducks in together. They want to stay with their drafting partners. The 88 is in, wants an air pressure adjustment. Trevor Bayne, a 2-tire stop here. Car got loose on that stop. Let's go to Chris.
Ricky Stenhouse Jr. saying after about 10 laps, that car getting a little bit free, but what a run for him. Started 29th, up to 4th. Matt.
Jeff Gordon, the pole sitter, his car free on entry, free on exit. You can see the crew member manually made a track bar adjustment to try to tighten the car up, right sides only.
10 cars did not stop under this first lap of caution. Jeff Gordon was the first one off pit road, but Kevin Harvick is the new leader in Talladega. Under caution at 21 laps for Brian Scott's spin, and collected by Michael Waltrip.
They'll be in if you want to ride at the back.
Geico 500 on Fox is sponsored by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. And by Ford F-150. Introducing the all-new Ford F-150, the future of tough.
21 laps complete. We're under caution. Sprint will cut your rate plan in half. Bring them your Verizon or AT&T bill and turn in your old phone. And Sprint will cut your rate plan in half at a Sprint retail store or at sprint.com/half price. Jeff Gordon, the longest active streak of top 10 finishes in the Sprint Cup Series. Now, he has been the leader through much of the green flag racing. Of the 10 drivers who did not pit the first time by, half of them have come in, led by Kevin Harvick. That leaves Justin Allgaier as the race leader. From Clint Boyer, Bobby Labonte, Ryan Newman, and Brendan Gaughan.
Oh, yeah, I see that.
Still under caution as they clean up at Talladega and now completing the round of pit stops that will cycle Jeff Gordon back to the lead when we go green. Clint Boyer is in, so is Ryan Newman. Bobby Labonte making pit stops. One to go. Keep an eye on Joey Logano. As Brian Scott shows a lot of smoke, he's down to the inside. Michael Waltrip following what looks like a safe path. Logano just makes it through before Scott's car goes sideways in front of Michael Waltrip. You think Joey's just a little frustrated about where he's been running? We listened.
So just stuck back here, and they're 3 wide, and there's nowhere to go, so I bail out. I mean, it took me 2 laps to get behind the car I was behind. There's nothing to gain, really, besides crashing. You're being smart, man. You're being smart. Hard here on the start, see if I can get something.
Little pep talk for Logano there. Now trouble on pit road at Ryan Newman's pit.
Yeah, Ryan just had come to pit road, and you can see right there a lot of fuel in the pit box, and all it takes is a one hot lug nut to ignite that fuel.
Another Childress car.
It is.
I mean, that's a coincidence, I know, but I'm just saying, what a coincidence.
Now they're under caution, so they held Newman trying to get the fueling completed before he went back out. All right, let's go to the garage. Vince.
You saw the accident involving Brian Scott and company earlier here at Talladega. Brian out of the infield care center, and okay, what happened there?
Yeah, just unfortunately blew an engine, no warning. Temperatures were fine. Blew it into turn one, and I got to apologize to the other teams that we took out. Of course, the bad thing about Talladega is when something happens, other cars are all around you. Unfortunate, short into our day. You know, ECR engines and RCR, everybody at the shop does a great job, and I'm sure they'll bring it back and they'll diagnose it and they'll fix the problem, whatever it was. But their horsepower, our engines, everything's been great. On the Xfinity side, they ran flawlessly. I hate it for our partners. I hate it for Shore Lodge, Whitetail, Albertsons, everybody, to have a day ruined like that.
Mike.
Thanks, Vince. We'll hear from Michael Waltrip in a moment as we get ready for the restart. This time, Jeff Gordon elects the outside against Dale Earnhardt Jr. Carl Edwards has brought his Toyota up to third opposite Jimmy Johnson. Paul Menard, Trevor Bayne, Ryan Blaney, David Reagan, Brad Keselowski, Ricky Stenhouse, your top 10.
Jeff Gordon in that 24 getting a real nice push from Jimmy Johnson in the 48, his teammate.
Well, while Jeff Gordon's leading this race, I want to say happy birthday to Uncle Tucker, Uncle Bobby Tucker. He's a Rick Hendrick's 94-year-old uncle, and he's a big 24 fan, and he's been watching racing, NASCAR racing ever since it started. Big fan.
Gordon leads from Earnhardt. That's Reagan way down on the bottom in that yellow car, trying to make something happen, but he has no friends. And back he goes.
I think that 24 on these restarts shows you that 3/10 he had over the field, because he can get out there pretty quick.
Now what David Reagan is listening for right now is his spotter to tell him clear up.
Yeah. That's going to be a long way back. Chris Neville.
Well, Michael Waltrip was able to get the 55 back to the garage. And, Michael, your team working hard. They're trying to get the car back on the racetrack. Are they going to be able to get it out there?
I think so. We've got to put a new front end on it, but the team's come so prepared. We got a nose and radiator all together. So, and we got AAA, so the claims are cool with them. So we'll get back out there and race some. I was having fun. Hate it came out to a short end.
Yeah, lots of saws down here, but it looks like they're getting ready to put a new nose on the car.
Yeah, and Brian Scott yesterday, he came off turn 4 on the last lap of the Xfinity race running 6, finished second in the race yesterday. So had a great run yesterday, ended short today.
3 Chevrolets up front. Jeff Gordon, Jimmy Johnson, and Paul Menard for Richard Childress Racing. Then the Ford of Ryan Blaney, Ricky Stenhouse and Trevor Bayne trying to bring their Fords, the 17 and the 6, up to the front, as now they're hooked up and working with Blaney.
The one car that continues to run up front is that one you see on the right of your screen right there. Brian Blaney is doing a great job of keeping that 21 up there in contention. And trust me, we see a yellow bumper, everybody around him sees a yellow bumper. That's a little caution, just to know that he is a rookie.
Yeah, what that means is he's truly a rookie. You see it on each side of the Ford emblem right there. You know, Ryan did start the Talladega race here last fall and actually finished 22nd after qualifying 4th for that race.
Jamie McMurray working with his teammate at Ganassi Racing, Kyle Larson in the 42.
Larson,
and they're
going
moving
somewhere. You see those cars, though, just that little, you see how they bobble around? You feel that in the car, but you don't react to that in the car, because that's just the turbulence and the air and the car going around here at 200 miles an hour. They nibble. They go down the back straightaway 3 wide like that. They're just kind of nibbling. They go over backs and forth, move around quite a bit.
By the way, David Reagan found a place in line, 30th.
It took him a while, but he finally got cleared up.
Reagan behind Kevin Harvick.
And looking at David Reagan, it was announced this week that starting at Kansas, he will be in that 55 car for Michael Waltrip Racing for the remainder of 2015.
That's right. Joe Gibbs Racing is going to promote Eric Jones to the number 18. as Kyle Busch continues his recuperation from the Saturday Daytona crash that broke his leg and foot.
Look at this. Here, this guy, he says, where did everybody go? Left me hanging down here on the bottom.
And he dropped like a rock. He was up there in 6th. He's back to 24th. Nope, 27th, 28th, 29th.
Just that quick. You get the wrong line, you don't go with the right guy. It's what happens.
Meanwhile, McMurray, his teammate, is 7th.
Flying high in April and shot down in May.
Matt?
Mike, 4 of Jamie McMurray's 7 Cup wins have come in restrictor plate races. He told his team that his car is really stellar, trying to suck up, so he knows he can make some moves if he needs it. One of the top cars to take 4 tires in that last stop. They didn't want to take a chance on maybe running over debris.
Back to 3 lanes, and Hamlin now pretty much the lone soldier down there. He had a little help from Austin Dillon.
By 2. We've lost our help behind him. It's just him 2 back, then 4 behind him to the 2x2. Everybody's fighting for the top now. Everybody's fighting for the top.
There you go. He got it. He said, okay, well, I'm going to get in line right here in front of Trevor Bayne, which was a good move. Then he's going to slide right in front of him. And I think that was kind of orchestrated. Get to the top and get in line.
But that's the last thing you want to hear from your spotter, Darrell. You've lost your help.
Yeah, man. You want to be in the line that's moving. And the spotter is so critical. He can help you so much here. When he sees something that you don't see and he gives you that information, then you can react to it, and that can save you sometime from losing a bunch of spots or even getting in a wreck. They're just cruising along down that back straightaway at 200 miles an hour.
Now, since the restart, Joey Logano talked about changing his strategy. Perhaps he's done just that, trying to make something happen. He is now up to 16th place. He's gained 11 since the restart. Martin Truex up 10.
Well, he was a quick study. He saw what happened to Michael Waltrip riding around back there in the back, and it's like, you know, I'm going to try to see if I can get this thing up to the front.
Looks like we may have the old conveyor belt here, Larry.
Now, we saw a bit of a fire in Ryan Newman's pit as they exchanged gas cans on that stop. Chris can give us an update.
Yeah, Mike, just checked in with Ryan Newman's team, and everything okay down there. The gas man, Cruz Gonzalez, he's okay. He was not burnt in that fire. However, they only got 1 can of fuel in the car. It looked like when they were trying to get that second can in, that's when things ignited, so they had to back away, and Ryan Newman went out. So that car not full of fuel.
You could see, Mike, as soon as he hit a lug nut, those lug nuts are hot. They hit the ground, they spark. Fuel on the ground, you get a little fire like that.
The fuel cans use a dry brake coupling to the car to minimize fuel spillage. Sometimes there is a bit.
But I think also when there's a situation like we had last week with a Childress car and team, you have a Childress car and team today, they might want to start looking at their equipment, seeing if there's something wrong with their equipment.
So there's a look at how dangerous pit road can be.
Geico 500 on Fox is sponsored by Bud Light, the perfect beer for whatever happens. By Pizza Hut, experience the flavor of now at Pizza Hut. And by Toyota, let's go places.
36 laps complete. We're under green. Here's a look at the Coca-Cola racing family. Coca-Cola, official soft drink of NASCAR. Here's how they're performing today. Austin Dillon in 12th, Joey Logano 15th. Denny Hamlin and Tony Stewart trying to get something going on the inside of the racetrack there. Trying to move that bottom line along.
Yep, the shift of power. Got a little shift of power.
There's Jamie McMurray leading the low line, expressing a little concern about whether they could pull to the front from there.
I'm intentionally keeping a gap, but it's way easier to have a car link between you. Kind of hoping it would entice people to pull to the bottom so we could race a little.
Yeah, on the no takers right now, the only two that are even attempted are the 11 and the 14, and making no gains. Nobody's going with them.
So McMurray made something happen, and he got double file, brought a big pack with him, and then went back to the high side.
Yeah, Dale Jr. got stuck in that middle lane, and man, again, as we say, he felt like a rock. He went all the way, I don't know, back to about 20th place, looks like.
But yeah, within a lap and a half, we went from basically no drivers running at the bottom to over a dozen drivers, and drivers with pretty fast race cars.
So Dale Earnhardt Jr. up and down the elevator in the early going here. Let's get out to Jamie Little for the nationwide Dale Jr. Performance Report.
Yes, he has been up and down. Started fourth, went all the way to the front, led 4 laps. And on that last stop, all he said about his car was it gets better as we run. They made a wedge adjustment and they took right sides. But Dale Jr. moving around, thought he'd get some help. And as you saw, dropped like a rock, hoping to get some better help here. Still running in the middle 3 wide.
Well, look who just passed him. Alex Bowman went by on the outside. On a 1.5 mile and less track, that is a middle tier car, that number 7. But at Talladega, everybody's in play to get to the front.
Yeah, we're starting to get back 3 wide here. Jeff Gordon's going to set up here, and he's going to do exactly what he's doing as long as no one challenges him. But if somebody can get a give going like McMurray here on the bottom, if they can ever get up there, you watch Gordon. He'll drop down in front of them and pick up that line. But right now, he's dictating where they go.
Mike, you mentioned Alex Bowman. Look at that white car, 7th in line in that outside line. That's Landon Castle in that 40 car. But Landon last year finished 11th a year ago, and he finished 4th in the October race. Back to what we talked about at the top of the show. Every driver in this field feels like the way this race works, that you've got a shot.
We saw that yesterday, Larry. I mean, we had Joey Gaze and J.J. Yaley in the top 5 of the Xfinity race yesterday.
Yeah, great finish for Yaley. 4th for JGL Racing, their best finish ever. And 5th for Joey Gase, driving for Jimmy Means. Career best finish for Gase, who went to the media center and apologized. He said, I'm sorry, we're a small team. I don't have a PR person. I'll handle this myself. But what a great effort, great finish. Matt Kenseth down on the inside behind McMurray's red car. That's Kenseth in yellow. Talking about trying to make moves in the middle.
I mean, don't stay in a line and try to make it happen. Just keep jamming it up the middle. That's going to work great. 10-4.
And you know what? That's all you can say is 10-4.
Hey, I think a little sarcasm in that remark. That's a typical Matt Kenseth remark. That's going to work great.
Well, he's got his teammate Denny Hamlin on his back bumper. He had dropped back prior to the Brian Scott blow-up that collected Michael Waltrip. And now Hamlin, or rather Kenseth, up into the top 5. He is the leading Toyota. And we saw Tony Stewart make a charge toward the front a little bit ago. Vince?
You know, you hate to come to Talladega, Mike, hoping for a good day because it's such a roll of the dice here, but they've had 7 finishes of 20th or worse. They really need a good day, and Tony seems determined to make it happen. He said, I don't want to just ride around up top. I'm going to try to make something happen, and that's why he went to the bottom line, trying to get some partners to do a little work with him. Matt?
Vince, right in front of Stewart, is the 51 of Justin Allgaier. Now, knowing it takes the total package to win in plate racing and the importance of the spotter, he said that he can see what's through the windshield, but he can't see what else is around him. So he spent Saturday on top of the spotter stand with his Sprint Cup spotter, Rocky Ryan. He said that it gave him a great perspective of different situations and what it really means. And Rocky also, when he says clear, what that means, whether it's a foot or 3 feet, he said that it was great to see a huge learning tool for Sunday.
Yeah, walk a mile in the spotter's shoes.
And Gordon was very content with Jimmy Johnson behind him, but as soon as Jamie McMurray started to show a little speed, he dropped down and picked up McMurray.
See why one of the most revered names in NASCAR? Trust the most winning name in NASCAR at Chevy.com/Dale Jr. Jeff Gordon leads lap 46 at Talladega. The last time he led this many laps here was spring 2007, when Jeff led 71 laps, winning from the pole, which is where he started today.
You know, Jeff has trouble back straightaway, guys. Car around.
Trevor Bayne.
A number of cars
and
involved.
more. Logano is in it.
Crashing all. Oh, man. Look at that.
Looked like half the field piled up on lap 47.
The bottom end of the right, left rear turn distance and got back.
I saw Menard coming off of turn 2 over there, and he was flying.
He had a big run.
My feelings are hurt. We had a fast race car. Sorry, guys. I don't know if the 27.
That was Trevor Bayne talking. Paul Menard in the 27 had a big run on the number 6 of Trevor Bayne.
Oh, man, there's the 18 car of Reagan. There's the 5 car of Kane. But watch this 27 car back here. Watch him. Got a heck of a run. Coming. Gosh, the 6 just started to turn all by itself. I mean, as
But Darrell, do you think the 27 car being out there on the outside, it just pulled the back end of Trevor Bayne's 6 car around?
It had to, Larry, because the car was not in any, there was nobody around him except that 27 closing fast. The air off the 27 obviously affected the 6. See right here, he gets a big run coming. You got to, I think that's Tony Stewart down below him. He's got cars on both sides of him.
And then Kurt Busch got into Bayne, and into the wall he went.
Wow.
And once Landon Castle gets sideways to the field, along with Kyle Larson and Greg Biffle, there's nowhere to go.
No, and these guys have all told me that these cars in certain situations are really, really loose and hard to hang on to. And with that 41 down looking under the knee, underneath of the 6, Danica got a shot.
A big pile up at Talladega will sort it all out for you when we come back. A big pile up at Talladega. You're riding with Greg Biffle. Trevor Bayne into the outside wall. And a good bit of damage on Biffle's Ford. There's Kyle Larson Chevrolet. And another look at it. We'll ride with Kevin Harvick through this melee on the backstretch at Talladega.
Geico 500 on Fox is sponsored by Cialis. By AutoZone. For the parts, accessories, and advice you need, get in the zone, AutoZone. And by Sprint. Bring in your Verizon or AT&T bill and we'll cut your rate plan in half. Chris Myers back with you live here in Talladega. The red flag is out. Lap 47 of 188 scheduled at a good time to check the Budweiser race summary. 7 leaders, 8 different lead changes, and a couple of cautions. Jeff Gordon has led the most laps in this race starting on the pole. He's also going after his 6th win. You look at the carnage here, as many as 15 drivers involved in the wreck moments ago that has brought out the red flag. But a quick recap if you tuned in just a little bit late. First of all, Jeff Gordon and family celebrating the great weather after back-to-back weeks of rain. Hassling, sun is shining, temperatures warm. Tony Stewart getting into the lead as well. He'd only led 8 laps the entire season. Dale Earnhardt Jr., who started up front, who's won this race 5 times, had fans on their feet. Lap 19, Brian Scott. The engine goes. Michael Waltrip, who's out there driving in the 55 with nowhere to go, but you saw Joey Logano just barely in the 22, the yellow car, miss. And Richard Childress Racing, not only Scott's car, but Ryan Newman. Problems in the pits moments ago. Everybody was okay. And moments ago on lap 47, this is why the red flag is out, and the early indications that all drivers are okay. That's Paul Menard in the 27. Trevor Bayne, who hits the wall, has just been released from the care center and is okay. So you've got Reagan involved, and Kane, and Logano, and Danica Patrick, Kyle Larson, Kurt Busch. And there's Kane's car, who had been the best finishing restrictor plate Hendrick Chevrolet prior to this race. Joey Logano, Greg Biffle, and you see the names again. The drivers appear to be all okay at the moment as we're receiving word from the care center. Let's head back upstairs. Darrell Waltrip, Larry McReynolds, and Mike Joy.
Thanks, Chris. Those crews are standing idly by surveying the damage because they're not permitted to work on these cars under the red flag. They're allowed to check and survey the damage and get ready just as soon as the red flag is lifted to get back to work.
I think when we look at this wreck, if there was ever a perfect storm, the 6 car was caught in the perfect storm. Watch the 41 car right here, then watch the 27 up here, and watch where they go. The 27 goes to the outside. Here comes 41, up, up, up. Doesn't touch the 6, but that air off of the 41 pushes the 6 loose. The 27 going by on the outside just pulled him around.
Here's what Kurt Busch said afterward.
I swear that 6 car, every time I'm around him, you never know which way he's going to go. Every time. It's crazy the way that the cars are loose when they're on the straightaway, and then when they transition into the banking, it stays loose until everything gets loaded up onto the banking.
That may well have been a factor in what happened to Trevor Bayne. 14 cars involved. Let's bring in Andy Petrie on how the NASCAR rules package for super speedway racing may have had an effect here.
Yeah, Mike, you can see that rear spoiler. It's a lot shorter on these super speedway cars for restrictor plate racing. That package was developed to try to discourage the tandem drafting that we saw. It's not illegal to do that, for the bumpers to hook up and the guys to push each other, but they developed this aero package to discourage that. And when they did that, it just made the cars really light. There's not a lot of downforce, and like you heard Kurt Busch say, it feels like the cars are almost looser on the straightaway, and that's because you don't have that normal load from the banking that creates that basic downforce in the corners. It makes them fairly stable, but when they transition to the straightaway, this aero package just doesn't give them quite enough downforce to be stable. I think that's what we're seeing, especially with the tracks losing a little more grip since the repave. This track's been a few years now since it's been repaved, and it's losing a lot of grip.
Yeah, 2006 is when it was repaved, and of course I've had the drivers all tell me over and over this weekend, pretty loose.
Thanks, Andy. Let's get out of Chris Neville.
Well, Mike, Casey Kane already back in the garage. Going to stay strapped in the car down here. Casey, you had such a fast car. You started up front, but what happened there on that wreck?
I don't really know. I was on the outside, so I couldn't really see what was going on. I saw them trying to ditch the 6 for a while, you know, inside, middle, wherever he was at. They were trying to ditch him, and then I saw him wreck in front of me. So I don't know what happened there. Somebody tried ditching him and hit him, or if he spun, or what. I didn't really see it. But I feel like our Farmers Insurance Chevy was was pretty fast. All the Hendrick cars are, you know, they run up front. So it's a little discouraging, but we'll get it fixed and try to pass the guys that wrecked.
Yeah, obviously a frustrating day, but the 5 team at the ready down here. Vince?
And right behind Casey Kane in that line up top was this man, Kyle Larson. Kyle, what did you see?
I didn't see a whole lot. I saw the 6 get sideways in front of me. I don't know if somebody got into him or not, or if he just got the air taken off him or what. But then just from there, try to miss the wrecks. And I thought I was going to clear it all. And then the 40 started coming back up the track and just clipped him. But tough, you know. We haven't had very many good runs this year. And then I missed that race in Martinsville. And so these bad finishes aren't really helping us out for points. So we're going to have to hopefully start to catch some luck here. I don't know what's going on. All the luck we got last year, haven't had much of it this year, so we'll work hard though.
Another tough luck day for Kyle Larson in the 42. Jamie?
Well, Mike and Daryl and the guys were talking about Landon Castle before all that went down, saying what a nice job you were doing. You worked your way up into the top 10. You just saw the replay. What's your take?
You know, we just got a little disorganized there because we were, when it's 2x2x2x2, it's pretty predictable what everybody can do. But when they start switching lanes and stuff, it's a little disorganized. It's hard to predict what people are going to do. So I got myself to where I wanted to be. I mean, we were in the top 10. I felt like I could run there all day. My car's definitely good enough. And, you know, it's just real. It's just a bummer. I mean, I want to win this race so bad. I want to win Talladega or Daytona so bad. So maybe next time.
Keep your head up. Let's go back to Vince.
And Trevor Bain, who was certainly right in the middle of that. Take a look at the replay here, Trevor, and tell us what you felt and what you see now.
Well, I haven't seen it yet, but what I felt was when the 27 went around us on the top there, it's just going to pull you around almost every time. And now I see that Kurt's pretty close to our left rear, so that's double trouble, you know. When you get the air moving around here at these high speeds, it's as much as physically hitting each other. I hate that for our race team. We had a super fast Advocare 4 today, and I thought this is one of those places you can get a win. You can make your way into the chase or run top 5, and our car was really fast. We worked our way into the top 5 a couple times from qualifying toward the back, and I was really confident with how it drove and how it was racing around other cars. Seemed like people wanted to work with us, and then just that late move to the outside there with a 27 car. Everybody's racing hard pretty early. I'd hoped we could all ride a little bit longer on the top and then sort it out later, but we hate to have a fast race car on a wrecker, and hate it for everybody else that got torn up, but especially our Advocare Ford.
Yeah, he's won before at Daytona, but it's not to be today at Talladega.
Thanks, Vince. An 11-minute, 15-second red flag. We're under yellow, so work can resume on the cars that are on pit road and in the garage area. We've completed 47 laps. As we have a last look at this, Joey Logano again was right behind the incident, almost got away, and then he and Greg Biffle got together. 14 cars pile up.
Geico 500 Hot Fox is sponsored by Game of War. Play free now.
That last pileup felt like a game of war. 48 laps under caution. Pit road is open. Vince.
And the 20 of Matt Kenseth pitting from third place says the front end is feeling too twitchy. They're going to make an air pressure adjustment. 4-tire change for the 20. Jamie?
Dale Earnhardt Jr. so far so good, running fourth right now. A 4-tire stop. They'll fill him up with fuel. Let's go to Matt.
Jamie McMurray, the one car on the left side of your screen, they're going to go 4 tires on this stop like they did their first stop. Meanwhile, Jeff Gordon, he took rights the first stop, 4 tires all the way around for the leader, the 24 Gordon.
If your car's a little edgy, it's a little bit loose, you need to keep 4 tires on it. 2 tires right now would not be the way to go if your car's not handling very well.
One big beneficiary of that caution was Ryan Newman. Remember the fuel fire, they only got 1 can of gas in that car. He was going to have to stop shortly had the race stayed green. Now, David Reagan, one of those cars involved in that accident, 14-car pileup. Here's Vince.
Well, Mike, sometimes when you see it happening in front of you, you still can't avoid it. What was going on as you were trying to slow up in time, David?
Yeah, I saw a couple of cars get crossed up, maybe 10 car lengths in front of me, and I was slowed down pretty well, and I thought we were going to be in good shape and have the wreck missed. And someone, it looks like, got into the back of the 51 car. We were... I'd probably slow down 60, 70 miles an hour, and he just came across our nose, and we hit the wall, and just in the middle of a mess. That's unfortunate about racing here at Talladega. Sometimes you're just in the wrong place at the wrong time, and it's just one of those deals. We know that coming in to here, but it's part of Sprint Cup racing here at Talladega. But can't say enough about the M&M's folks and Pedigree and Interstate Batteries, everybody at Joe Gibbs Racing for giving me an opportunity to come over here. Certainly not the way we wanted this run to end. This has been a good track for me and the 18 team, and hopefully Kyle's back soon and these guys can pick up and get some good runs later on in the year. But a little disappointing way to end our run.
David Reagan in the 18, his last go in the Joe Gibbs car today here at Talladega.
Thanks, Vince. You saw Kevin Harvick's car in repair and Joey Logano's. Jamie?
What a day it's been for the 4 Kevin Harvick. Early on, the car just not performing like he wanted. Loose in, loose out. They put a Packer in the left and the right rear. Restarted at the back, got up to 19th and was caught up there. Has a lot of front end damage. That's what you see them working on. He's been down pit road a couple of times, and you see there 34th now. Matt?
Jamie, the Daytona 500 winner, Joey Logano, has been on pit road twice. Repairs made both to the front and to the back of the 22 car. The most significant damage is the left rear corner where you refuel the race car. Fender brace is broken. It was popped out. They've used several screw guns trying to form the bumper cover back into that left rear quarter panel. He's going to be bringing the car back one more time to pit road for more repairs.
Well, Trevor Bayne was in 8th place when all this started, when Paul Menard came up to pass him on the outside and Kurt Busch on the inside. So right smack in the middle of the pack. Alex Bowman under repair there. Aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. Everything they learn making tires for the grueling demands of NASCAR inspires what rolls into yours. Goodyear, official tire of NASCAR.
Just to expand on what our rules analyst Andy Petrie was talking about, the rear spoiler here versus all the other tracks we go to, not only is it narrower on both sides, it's 1.5 inches shorter, and that just takes a lot of that downforce pressure that puts the back of that car down. Also, NASCAR mandates the rear spring package, which is fairly soft, 400 pounds. You heard Kurt Busch talking about the car being light on the straightaway because those springs, they get that rear spoiler out of the air, and that even takes more downforce away.
Yeah, the cars are really hard to drive on the straightaway because they do unload going down the straightaway, and with not a lot of spoiler back there, it makes the back of the car real light. A lot of this package, Daytona and Talladega, was developed when these tracks had a lot of grip. As time has gone by, I don't like rule changes. I hate rule changes, but a little added spoiler certainly wouldn't hurt anything, and that's not a big change.
You see Trevor Bayne's car back in the garage area. 6 of the 14 cars involved in this caution are in the garage right now. Now, you can be part of Fox Sports 1's telecast of 100K cameras at Talladega. Tag videos of you watching and reacting to the race with hashtag 100KCams or the hashtag NASCAR, and tune into Fox Sports 1 Thursday, May 14th, 9:30 p.m. Eastern. See if your footage made the cut and you are a Fox camera person. Green flag. Jimmy Johnson, Denny Hamlin, Martin Truex, Jamie McMurray lead the pack.
Well, there's still an incredibly a great bunch of race cars, fast race cars, running up front right now. And so even though we lost 10 or 12 cars, still got a lot of good cars up here in the front of the field. Dale Jr. got the lead right now, looks like.
And Darrell, a lot of those cars that were damaged and repaired, they'll be okay back there in dirty air. Where it's going to be tough is to be out there in clean air trying to pull the pack along like Jimmy Johnson's doing right now in the 48.
Yeah, don't count these guys that got damage out. They may not have a car that can lead or win, but they can sure get a good finish by just hanging around in the draft.
Yeah, yesterday's race, Ty Dillon wrecked twice, fought his way back to the front.
Yeah, so did Elliott Sadler. He spun early in the race, came back and had a great finish. So you're not out of it. You may not have a car that can win, but you're not out of it.
Matt Kenseth and that yellow number 20 trying to find and work with his teammate Denny Hamlin in the 11.
Denny's response was he'll work with you as much as he can all day long. He said for you to take care of yourself, but he's with you as much as he can help you.
Cars seem pretty fast together, so I mean, if it works out, we'll try to find each other, obviously. If not, we just got to go where we can to stay in the front.
Sounds like a plan.
Yeah, and that's what you have to do. I mean, you'd like to help your teammate if you could, but you have to run your own race. And if it works out, you can help him. Larry, what do we say? You don't have to work for me, just don't work against me. And that's what you try to do with teammates.
Now, their agenda is a little different than some of the drivers in this race who don't yet have a win this season. Vince?
Well, Jimmy Johnson's got a couple of those wins right now already this year. Gives them an opportunity to maybe try some different things. But as far as today is concerned, Jimmy says that you do get a pull from that car in front of you. He's leading right now. He said, but really the key in this package of race car is what's happening behind you. You get more help from the car behind you. You back up to it. You drag that brake a little bit to go back, and then you get a bump to go forward. He said you've got to control the environment behind you. That's your best chance of staying out front at Talladega with this package of race car.
Now, where's Jeff Gordon, who led 33 laps early in this race? He's kind of stuck in the middle right there. He's not back at the front. Restarted 6th. Matt, he's currently 8th.
Mike, in the pre-race, Jeff talked about the importance of the driver-spotter relationship, and once again, more true during the red flag. Jeff wanted to go back with Eddie DeHunt, his spotter, and talk about a move that he made earlier in the race with Jamie McMurray. He felt like that Eddie waited too long to tell him to make the move. He's told him we need to speed up our moves because things happen so quickly. I feel like we're being a little too slow. So that's one thing he wants Eddie to focus on the next portion of the race.
Just watch these cars right here, this whole pack of cars. And that's what that is. We got a caution right now, but there's a bubble of air, and that guy out front is being pushed by that bubble of air.
Caution for debris. It's the third caution flag of the day, lap 55. And there it is. Welcome back to Talladega. A piece of metal repair patch there. And Carl Edwards can't quite miss it. A couple others will hit it as they go by. And that puts us under caution. At lap 55, Ricky Stenhouse gets the free pass. That could have come from Joey Logano's car.
Well, they've been taping a lot of cautions on this car. I can tell you that.
But for people like my wife Linda that struggles with parallel parking, Joey Logano did a perfect job of getting into parallel parking. He pulled up beside Justin Allgaier, and there's a 3-point parallel park right there on pit road. Perfect, right in his box.
Jamie McMurray was one of the cars that ran over that debris, Matt.
Mike, these race cars in plate racing, they're like a piece of work of art. So much goes into it for that speed, and McMurray very concerned about the left front corner of his one machine.
On the back straightaway with the left front, get a good look at it.
Yeah, it looked like he hit it with the splitter, and
yeah, I don't
you
think
want to keep that sealed to the racetrack. Hopefully that piece of metal didn't do any damage.
Yeah, I don't think it did. It's a pretty light piece of sheet metal. I can't imagine it did any damage to his nose, and it's the way it's flying through the air. You know, it doesn't weigh much. It's not very heavy.
So we have 34 cars on the lead lap. Each week, look for the Race Day Advance Auto Parts Driver of the Race. And this week they caught up with Clint Boyer, and that happens on Race Day. So tune in each week on Fox Sports 1.
Clint was pretty optimistic about this race today. It was his best qualifying effort since Daytona. Finished third in both races last year, and 2 of his 8 career wins were here at Talladega.
On the nose of that car, and Michael Waltrip's, a picture of our late colleague Steve Burns and his son Bryson on Tuesday in Charlotte. Very moving memorial service for Steve, who passed at age 56 from cancer. One of Steve's childhood friends, his nephew, our Fox truck producer Mark Smith, and driver Carl Edwards offered great remembrances. We all walked into the church saddened, and we all walked out uplifted that we'd had a chance to really know a great friend and colleague.
Yeah, and Michael, I think we saw his helmet, a tribute to Steve, and Michael's going to give that helmet to Bryson when the race is over with.
Here's a closer look at it, and it's all highlight photos from Steve's life and career, and drivers and others in NASCAR who are depicted on there have been signing it throughout the weekend. Nice remembrance.
Man did some incredible work. Did a great interview, great work.
And our thanks to everyone at Fox Sports, from Eric Shanks on down, and Megan Engelhardt, who pulled the tribute together from our Charlotte office. Great effort all the way around to honor a great friend.
And everybody across the board was on board with that.
Our entire Fox and NASCAR family. We're proud of all of them and thank them. Getting ready to restart as we complete lap 58. Jimmy Johnson, Jamie McMurray will be up front in Chevrolets. Martin Truex in a Chevy. Matt Kenseth's Toyota. Back under green.
Kind of keeping an eye on Jeff Gordon. He's fallen back a little bit. He's in 7th place. That's not a bad spot, but I'm surprised to see him back there, because I thought that car pretty much could lead at will, and maybe he's just seeing how it handles in some of this traffic and dirty air.
Yeah, 2 champions right together, Gordon and Tony Stewart there.
See another driver that's kind of appeared right there inside the top 10. Danica Patrick in that 10 car sitting in 9th. And what a well of a job she did driving through, around, across. Did everything she could and got through that wreck a while ago.
In memory of Steve Burns, hold some good thoughts as we give you a Sunday Talladega Fox NASCAR. Crank it up.
27 up top. 5 to the middle's going to be closer. 24 to clear them in the middle. Make that 24 push you here. 24 is your help. There you go. Top of 2 running the middle. Hey, top of 3 off the corner here.
Very low. Top still covered. No, it's just real tight when you get to that 2 spot.
The 19's making it 3 wide with the 41. You got the 20 with you.
Still inside 2 wide. 4 total cars in front.
.65 laps complete. Jimmy Johnson leading. Sprint will cut your rate plan in half if you bring them your Verizon or AT&T bill and your old phone at a Sprint retail store or sprint.com/half price. Carl Edwards currently running third, has the fastest lap of the race. 4.8. Jimmy Johnson, Dale Earnhardt Jr., Carl Edwards, Brad Keselowski. Single file back through the first 9 positions.
Yeah, there's a little bit of jockeying going on back here with the 14 to 24. They ran up to the front, fell back, and now they're trying to run back to the front. Sometime I know drivers just try that to see how long it takes to get back up there, planning on a late race move.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. second behind Jimmy Johnson. Let's get a nationwide performance update on Dale Jr. Jamie.
Well, Mike, he hasn't said a whole lot for the last 10 laps, but right before then, he did report that he has a vibration. Now, this problem started in practice on Friday. I talked to Greg Ives, his crew chief, and he said it's not the kind of vibration you would think like a loose wheel. He said it's like a harmonic hum. It's annoying, yes, but we're not sure if it's hindering. They are keeping an eye on it here.
Well, let's give it a listen.
Yeah, let's go inside.
It's just hard to say right there. They do so many things to try to get as much drag out of the drivetrain as possible. I know in practice, you heard Jamie talk about it, he said he even put his hand up on the gear shift lever and he really couldn't feel it. It's almost like he's just feeling it through the seat of his pants.
You know, something that used to drive me crazy was the way these tailpipes run in these cars and the headers and everything. There would be a vibration in the headers and the tailpipes that would kind of bother you, but you assumed or hoped it wasn't hurting anything. In their case, he's assuming and hoping it doesn't break the shifter again. That's probably what they're worried about.
Leaders lapping past Joey Logano, who made a further pit stop for a tire change. Logano is the only car on track not on the lead lap, and he's now 4 laps down.
Yeah, it's hard to believe, considering everything that happened. We still have 34 drivers on the lead lap.
Yeah, it's hard to believe that Logano even got back out there because that car had a tremendous amount of damage to the rear of it particularly, and they've been able to patch it up and get him back out.
I'm mistaken. Michael Waltrip is 37 laps down after being involved in the first caution of the day. He is still running. 7 cars either out of the race or behind the wall. Here are your lap leaders today. Jeff Gordon top of that list. Tony Stewart has led 5 laps, riding a 50 race winless streak, the longest of his career. Jeff Gordon back in 10th place after leading the most laps so far, Matt.
Mike, Jeff Gordon told his team he usually doesn't like to run up top, but he was making it work. And then after the red flag, he just could not get enough of the guys from the top to get a good line developing. So now he's moved back down to the bottom. He says the car a little bit on the free side.
You know, it's rare, but I have seen this happen. You're racing. They have a red flag. You cut the engine off. And when you fire it back up, for whatever reason, either maybe it warps something, a valve or something, and it doesn't run quite as well.
Now there's 7 championships right there in the 14 and the 24. 4 for Gordon, 3 for Stewart. And just ahead of them, Martin Truex Jr. riding 8th, Vince.
Well, and on both stops, Martin Truex Jr. has taken right sides only, and he tells his crew chief Cole Pern the car is as good as it has been all weekend long. Riding around very comfortably in the top 10 right now. And remember, they started all the way back in 36th, and Martin told me before the race, I just want to get to the front. I've been wrecked riding up in the front. I've been wrecked riding in the back. He said, but I'd rather take my chances in the front. So when we get to the top 10, I'll feel a lot more comfortable. He's got to be pretty happy now. He's in the top 10, and he's got a car that he really likes.
Yeah, you know, Cole Pern has made some great decisions to get this car, and maybe it's not where it needs to be in the race, but at the end of the day, they always make the right calls, right changes in the car, and they get a top 10.
Yeah,
pretty impressive.
Think about Martin Truex Jr. and the 78 team at Daytona during Speed Weeks. All of the races down there, top 10 finishes, including 2nd in the Sprint Unlimited and 8th in the Daytona 500.
All right, here we go, boys. On the outside lane, Truex went up there. Tony Stewart and Jeff Gordon and Jamie McMurray decided to follow suit. See if they can gain any ground on this inside lane led by Jimmy Johnson. Or not.
You get out there, it takes a lot of nerve to stay out there because you know you're going to get, if you stay out there very long and it's not working, man, you're going to get sacked. And so as soon as you see a chance to get back down to the bottom, you probably get able to get back down to the bottom.
which is exactly what Martin Truex Jr. in that 78 did right there.
We've seen it time and time again. You be running first 2 or 3, getting in the wrong lane, your lane doesn't go, and the first thing you know, you're running 15th, 20th. And you do not want to be back in 15th or 20th if you can help it. This is driving these cars at Daytona and Talladega here. There's so much looking behind you. The mirrors in these cars are incredible. A lot of guys have 2 mirrors, one on the dash, one up above. They got the side mirrors. You've got your spotter. You got so much going on that you have to keep track of. Not really worrying about what's in front of you so much as more what's behind you and what's coming.
Now here's Eric Almirola. He was involved in the big pileup at lap 47, but he's right in the hunt there in 11th. Kevin Harvick, you rode through it with him on the way to break, and he's up to 5th place.
Yeah, he's got some nose damage, saw a little tape flaring up on the front of his car, but they did a nice job of repairing that, and he's fine as long as he runs behind somebody here and may have a car that can run out front. I don't know how serious the damage is. You can kind of see right there the tape's flapping around.
That's Brad Keselowski just ahead of Harvick. Jimmy Johnson, Vince, has now been out front for 25 laps of this race.
Well, and we've talked about how Jimmy wanted to be out front today because he feels like to be out front, you have a better chance to control those cars behind you. And this relates to what DW was talking about just a moment ago. Jimmy told me, he said, at Talladega, 90% of my driving is out the back of the car, only 10% out the front. And he thinks that's the difference between the veteran drivers and the young, inexperienced drivers at the plate races. The veterans know you got to drive out the back of the car.
Jimmy Johnson, your leader, from Dale Earnhardt Jr., Carl Edwards, Brad Keselowski, and Kevin Harvick.
Geico 500 on Fox is sponsored by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. By Chevrolet, find new roads. And by Advance Auto Parts, the brand for guys who love getting under the hood.
77 complete. Jimmy Johnson, Dale Earnhardt Jr. leading in Chevrolets from Carl Edwards Toyota and Brad Keselowski's Ford. Then Kevin Harvick in a Chevy. And the 20 and 11, 6th and 7th, Matt Kenseth, Denny Hamlin having similar issues. Matt Kenseth describes his.
I think it's getting that shake. It's pretty bad, Jay. I don't know what you see down there, but it's a pretty good one. And just tell me if you see anything that tells me I should have a problem or not, or else I'm not going to worry about it until we bid.
Everything here looks great, man. Everything looks good.
What he's saying, what do you see anything in there? And of course, Larry, you know this, the spikes. They can look at the spikes on the air gun and see if he hit 5 lug nuts or not. And that's what Matt is asking, is everything look okay in there? And if they tell him it isn't, he's going to ride it to the pit stop.
His teammate Denny Hamlin reporting a similar issue. Could be a tire out of balance. Who knows? Here are the Toyota top performers in the race at 79 laps, with Edwards third, Kenseth and Hamlin 6th and 7th, and Clint Bowyer 16th.
Yeah, we just completed lap 79, and with a Sunoco fuel run being about 42 to 46 laps, somewhere between probably lap 90 and 95 is when we'll start to see the cycle of a gaggle of green flag pit stops.
And I hope these guys are a little bit better organized getting on pit road than what we saw yesterday. It's very difficult running 190 miles an hour to come down to pit road speed and not get run over. You've got to let the spotter and everybody around you know what your plans are.
Well, from our Goodyear aerial coverage, you saw that outside lane led by Tony Stewart and Jeff Gordon inching up to about 7th place.
Well, that's two cars that could do it. I mean, that's some good race cars right there. And Jeff Gordon's car is really fast. He could push Tony right up there if it's possible. Plus, Austin Dillon's car has been good too. He's been running right up near the front. So this is a good little test here to see if they can do it or not.
Casey Mears right with them. Danica Patrick a little further back. There's Mears right behind Austin Dillon.
It's really when you're on the outside there like that, Mike, Larry, it's a game of inches. You just keep inching up. You don't just drive up there. It's a little bit here and a little bit there. Side draft a little bit, get a little help. You might be able to make it.
Sam Hornish is forward right behind Mears as they move past Martin Truex. And right behind Hornish, here up the middle, comes Clint Bowyer. Chris?
Well, and Clint Bowyer, he's been making a pretty good run up to the 15th there. Earlier on, he was back in the mid-30s or so, and he just faded back there early because lost some track position when he got pushed out of line. But since, he's been just riding, taking his time, saying that car working very well in the draft. So the team just telling him, be patient, slowly work your way to the front.
And the thing that aggravates you as a driver, you help Clint Bowyer, you help somebody get up through there, and as soon as he gets a chance, he'll pull down and leave you. And it's not, you can't let that bother you, but because you almost know that's going to happen, but that's what happens, and you get real aggravated about it.
Danica Patrick also had a little damage in that lap 47 pileup that involved 14 cars, only 5 of whom are still off the racetrack. Casey Kane, the latest to return, 29 laps down. Kevin Harvick was another of those. Jamie, it doesn't look good on the nose of Harvick's car, but it's sure fast.
She's not pretty, that is for sure. He was caught up in the big one, and he came down pit road not once but twice to fix that damage. I just talked to the team, and they said thankfully it was all cosmetic. So since that big one that we've had today, he's gained 28 positions. So it's a little bit late, but they're back on plan, and he's moving forward where they want to be.
He's in the top 5. Let's drop all the way back to 25th. That's where you'll find Jamie McMurray and the number 1, Matt.
Mike, back on lap 67, McMurray said the car was loose. A few moments ago, he said something is just not right. The car is really loose. I may have a tire going down because I'm losing a lot of speed. Pit me as soon as you can. Now, the 2 car, because they topped off, can go to lap 101. His window, McMurray, should open up here in about another 5 or 6 laps.
And of course, here at Daytona and Talladega, these 2 restrictor plate tracks, you want to pit with partners. The way the drafts work, if you pit by yourself, you're going to be out there running about 2 seconds slower than the big pack.
And there's a possibility with all the debris that was on the racetrack earlier from that big wreck, you could actually have a small puncture, have a slow leak, and that might be what's going on with the 1 car.
He was the first car to hit the debris, and that brought out the most recent caution flag. 84 laps complete.
87 of 188 laps, and Jimmy Johnson, who's won this race twice and has won twice this year, is your leader in the Geico 500 from Talladega Superspeedway. And time for a KFC race break as we come to you under green and watching along with all of you. Kenny Wallace here. I'm Chris Myers. Nice to have you with us. Kenny, what has caught your attention about where we are at this point of the race?
Everybody has a game plan when they drop the green flag. A big wreck takes the air out of everything. But one thing I've noticed, the titans of our sport, you see Jimmy Johnson, champion. You see Brad Keselowski. All the big boys are still fighting for this win.
Now, you raced yesterday here on this track. Kevin Harvick said earlier, up in the top 10, you can move around. Beyond that, you're gridlocked. He's come back from outside the top 10 to move himself up to 5th.
I really think the big wreck changed Kevin Harvick's game plan. At first, he was in defense mode. Hey, I want to finish this wreck. As you can see, the nose beat up on that race car. His game plan has totally changed. I'm going to the front. It's all out the window. Let's go.
He's worked his way actually up into 3rd as we speak here, ahead of Carl Edwards, who is the only one of the drivers you've talked about, like Stewart, Harvick, Earnhardt Jr., Johnson, who has yet to win here at Talladega.
You know, we all think Carl Edwards should be a champion, should have won something by now, but he's not a champion. He's desperate right now, in my opinion. He's with a new team. He wants to show them he can win. He's up front. This could be the day for Carl Edwards.
And also, drivers have talked about they want to stay up front to avoid the wreck. We've already seen a wreck involving 15 cars, including Kevin Harvick. But what if you don't have the car that can stay up front? What are your chances?
If you don't have the car that can stay up front, I've always told my teammates and my crew chiefs in the end, count me down, 40 to go. You want to be up front on the white flag so you don't get kicked to the back. Timing is everything at Talladega.
All right, this has been a KFC race break. We're coming up on green flag pit stop, so let's head back upstairs to Darrell, Aaron, Mike.
Thanks, Chris. 99 laps to go. Carl Edwards, the only driver in the front 9 who's not won at Talladega, as you've said, but his crew chief, Darian Grubb, went to victory lane here last year with Denny Hamlin.
You know, something we haven't seen here in years is a breakaway. Even after pit stops, the cars are going to come out, they're going to be a little disheveled, they're going to be spread out a little bit, but over a period of a few laps, they'll all get back together just like we see right now. It's almost impossible. It is impossible to break away from the field. I don't care how good your car is.
Caution behind you, caution. Save gas, caution.
And we were just about to get into some green flag pit stops within the next lap or two.
Brendan Gaughan sliding against the wall. Looks like the right rear is now flat.
I don't know if that caused or it may have, but you can see the right rear is down.
Let's have a look. He was on the lead lap in 30.
Oh, yeah. Definitely. When you see a car take a hard right like that or take off right like that, that's a tire that's down. Most likely even had it to be the right front the way the car went up the hill.
4th caution flag of the day brought out by Gaughan. We have 34 lead lap cars. Joey Logano is going to be the free pass car for about the next couple of hours here. He is 4 laps down. He'll go to 3 laps down with the free pass on this caution. The next car in line is Casey Kane, who is 30 laps down after crash damage.
The other thing about this caution with all these drivers coming to pit road, it still is a 2-stop race from here to get to the end.
But you just real quickly on Logano, you think about it, he's running 35th. He's going to be 3 laps down. He gets another one, he gets 2 laps. Pretty soon he'll be back in the race.
Oh, he'll be back in it, sure.
I mean, with the car that's pretty much destroyed.
Like Brendan Gaughan's, which goes to the garage. Cars that are laps down, Logano -4, Kane -30, Michael Waltrip 37 back, Greg Biffle 42 back.
But see, even with Logano, this is where the team and Logano and everybody says, don't give up. Just don't give up. Let's keep fighting. You never know what might happen.
You know, we did a feature in pre-race on Bill Elliott coming from 2 laps down to win here at Talladega.
and he did it under green.
Yeah, he did it under green all by himself.
Yeah, there was no free pass. Just
I was
fast
in that
car.
race, and we counted him out. He's done. He's done for the day.
All right, pit road's open. Here's Vince.
Well, it's been a smooth afternoon for Jimmie Johnson. He's coming to pit road. He's got this very first pit box as you enter pit lane. Chad Knaus, the crew chief, likes to select this one. They're there frequently, and it's been a good afternoon for Jimmie. It's going to be a 4-tire change. Said the front end is a little bit snug, so they're going to make a slight chassis adjustment as well. He's led 42 laps so far today in that 48 car, Jimmie Johnson. Now the 14 of Tony Stewart pits from the top 5 as well. It's a little bit tight. An air pressure adjustment for the 14. Jamie?
The 88 of Dale Earnhardt Jr. on the splitter, a little bit of 4-tire stop. The Ford, Kevin Harvick, wedge adjustment, 4 tires, Matt.
Jeff Gordon had to hustle the car this last run. It was on the free side, but not as free as many others. They made a track bar adjustment like they did earlier in the race, which helped the car early in the run. 4 tires for the 24.
There's your race off pit road. Jeff Gordon.
You know what?
There it is.
Got that pit box work for him.
First pit stall for Jeff Gordon, back to the front.
NASCAR at Fox is sponsored by Mad Max Fury Road. From Warner Brothers Pictures on May 15th, the future belongs to the Mad. By Nationwide. Nationwide is on your side. And by Kay Jewelers. Every kiss begins with Kay. At time now for the Fox NASCAR mid-race report. We're going 500 miles live from Talladega, Alabama. Pole sitter Jeff Gordon led at the 100-mile mark. His teammate Jimmie Johnson led at the 200-mile mark and has led the most laps in the first half of this race. On lap 47, a 15-car wreck knocked out Trevor Bayne and Kyle Larson from the race. Darrell Waltrip, who are you watching?
My man Dale Jr. hadn't won here in over 10 years, but today he's going to shake, rattle, and roll that 88 into victory circle.
Jimmie Johnson's already won twice this season, and he's won twice here at Talladega. If he's to get that third win, he said, I've got to stay up front all day long. He's led the most laps today.
Vince, Jeff Gordon got his 3rd pole of the year here this weekend, but still looking for win number 1 of the season. After beating the field by 0.3 of a second in qualifying, win number 1 of 2015 may only be 90-something laps away.
Larry Mack, 3 wins here at Talladega for Brad Keselowski. The one last fall was a game changer. It locked him into another round in the chase. Right now he runs 10th, just quietly biding his time until the end.
Carl Edwards crew chief Darian Grubb has 3 restrictor plate wins, including a Daytona 500 and this race last year. Edwards has 2 runner-up finishes at Talladega.
Well, Mike, we've already seen 13 different leaders and 11 different lead changes as we get ready for the second half. 3 of the last 5 years, it's taken a green-white checker, and the scheduled driver at the edge has not gone on to win the race. 23 different times the race here at Talladega was settled by a last lap pass. This has been the Fox NASCAR mid-race report. Lap 94 of 188. Now Gordon in front of Johnson and Earnhardt. Let's head back upstairs.
Most of those last lap passes were last corner passes, or between the tri-oval and the start-finish line.
Well, in 2011, the closest finish, one of the closest finishes in the history of the sport, a .002, 0.02 of a second separated first from second, and 1.45 thousandths of a second separated first from 8th. That's how close and tight it can be here.
Jeff Gordon's number painted at both ends of the tri-oval, honoring Gordon in the final year of a 22-year Sprint Cup career, 4 championships so far.
This place is massive, 3,000 acres. Got an airport over on the right over there. You can see that long 4,300 foot back straightaway.
Yeah, this was built as a World War II pilot training base and then morphed into an industrial park and speedway and Talladega Municipal Airport. That's where the traffic jam will be here in about 2 hours as the planes line up to take off.
Busy over there. I'm not sure as busy as it was last night in Las Vegas, but pretty busy here today.
Busy right here as Jeff Gordon and Jimmy Johnson lead Dale Earnhardt Jr., Kevin Harvick, Denny Hamlin, Carl Edwards, Kurt Busch, Brad Keselowski, Tony Stewart, Matt Kenseth, and more.
Boy, Junior's up there pushing like crazy on that 24 car, shooting him out front.
Here they come, watch me here. Top. All right, outside. My bad, we'll get back. Okay, all good.
We're seeing some new players up there somewhat near the front. I see Kurt Busch in that 41 car. He's cracked the top 10. The winner from Richmond has never won a restrictor plate Sprint Cup Series points event.
Been a good pusher, though. He's pushed a lot of guys to victory. Brian Newman pushed him to Daytona 500 victory, so he's a good restrictor plate racer, just doesn't have that W.
What did his car owner tell him last week? Gene Haas, congratulations on your first win. Let's go get 4 or 5.
There you go.
You know, a lot of drivers talk about what they need to do here to finish this race or to win this race. A lot of them seem to forget that when the race starts, but the really good ones, the guys that are running up front, they don't forget. You got to finish this thing to win it.
Today, I think the game plan is simple. You want to get in a position to win, follow the 24.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, when you have the field covered like he has had the whole weekend, you know that's the car that at some point that's the car you got to beat. See, the 04 car's not running too bad either. He's been up there pushing on the back of that 48 car, trying to push him back out in front of Jeff Gordon. But Dale Jr.'s latched on the back of Jeff Gordon and giving him a pretty good shove too. Carl Edwards is locked on to the 88, and here comes Kurt Busch down on the inside. Woo!
Saw Dale Earnhardt Jr. in that 88. He just jumped right in front of Kurt.
Boy, Edwards did nothing wrong.
Yeah, he did.
Clear the 4. Just the 48 if you get there. All right, you cleared it. Good job, buddy.
Yeah, Carl just left enough room for that 41 to dive to the bottom, and Carl had nowhere to go.
4 wide through the tri-oval at Talladega. Ryan Blaney, Sam Hornish, Danica Patrick, and Jamie McMurray right in the middle of the pack, 4 abreast.
And if you're Carl Edwards, you say, okay, I learned a lesson there. I'm not going to make that mistake again. He was just a little wide getting into turn 3, and the 41 dove under him.
Jamie?
Well, you guys mentioned Denny Hamlin won this race a year ago. Well, Carl Edwards is now driving the race car that went to victory lane, and right now he's reporting he has a vibration. So we've heard that from 3 of the Gibbs cars today. I just checked with the team. They said they got all the lugs tight, so something within the car is vibrating.
I tell you, when the buildup on these rear tires, the cars are loose, and the right rear tire really builds up a lot of air pressure. And these teams will play with the air pressure, not just in the outer tire, but they'll play with it in that inner liner too. And if you get that pressure in that inner liner out of whack, it can have a little bit of a vibration in the tire.
Well, I know what's really prevailing right now is that what was that outside line, but Jimmy Johnson in that 48, he brings them to the bottom because they had completely cleared Jeff Gordon at 24.
And in all that, Matt Kenseth drove his way up to 7th and Danica Patrick to 8th. Patrick with McMurray and Almirola in tow.
I think Danica's got a decent race car. She hadn't really been up near the front a lot, but it looks like when she gets up there, she can stay, although McMurray just shot by her. Wow.
Jamie Mack up the middle and gaining ground, Matt.
Mike, before that last stop, McMurray was concerned. He had a tire going down. After the stop, the crew guys looked at the tires. All the tires looked fine, except the buildup in the right rear was not consistent with the other 3 tires. It wasn't building enough air pressure, so the team's a little bit concerned.
Well, all I know is he was 4 wide the last time through 1 and 2.
I was concerned.
No. Well, they get whatever it was, they fixed it.
Michael Annett was moving up well, and there you see the 7, Alex Bowman. Everybody's still in it here. Annett 12th, Bowman 14th. In contention at 100 of 188 laps.
When you come to these restrictor plate races, you're going to have Hendrick power, you're going to have ECR, or you're going to have Roush Yates power. And those 3 companies build the best restrictor plate motors. You put one of those motors in a pretty good car, you're going to run near the front.
And that's essentially Chevrolet versus Ford.
Yeah.
And there's the Ford that's been fastest all week. Rookie driver Ryan Blaney, 3rd generation star.
Whoa, a lot of moving. Whoa, whole lot of shaking going on right there. Woo.
That put him up on the high side. Michael Annett, Alex Bowman go past on the inside. Sam Hornish pulls up alongside in the 9.
It's just, it fascinates me, the movement of the cars. I know it's really hard to see how much that is on TV, but these cars, they're always moving. They're moving left to right all the time. Maybe minutely, but they're always moving. The wind blows them around, and you just kind of chase them around a little bit. You see that car of Almirola in front there? It just shakes. A little bit of left, a little bit of right, a little bit of here, a little bit there. It's always got a little movement in it.
And when that back end drifts a little side to side, those tires aren't just rolling forward, they're scraping sideward, and that builds heat.
That's where the heat comes from that right rear. And what the driver can't do is react to that on the steering wheel. It's kind of got to let that car have its head, and don't be chasing it. You start chasing it, you wreck it.
Well, I think our crowd will let us know who's up there battling for the lead right now. Dale Earnhardt Jr. in that 88 trying to lead this lap, beat his teammate Jimmy Johnson.
And here comes Hamlin to the bottom.
While Jimmy Johnson was worried about Dale Jr., Hamlin took advantage of Jimmy Johnson and got the inside, and bye-bye, Jimmy.
Denny Hamlin timed that perfectly. He waited right until Earnhardt got side by side with Johnson, sliced to the bottom, diced up the field behind him.
That was a great move. That 04 car, he just keeps hanging around the front. He lurks right there. Incredible run of finishes that 4 cars had the end of last year and this year.
Earnhardt coming back on the outside with Gordon. Now the inside line. Hamlin, Harvick, Keselowski, and Kurt Busch, Vince.
Yeah, it's another good day for Kurt Busch. They won last week at Richmond. Crew Chief Tony Gibson says that was huge. It relieved so much pressure that was on their team. Speaking of Gibson, the crew chief for Kurt Busch, he had surgery earlier this week because of kidney stones. Still has a stent in. He said it's very uncomfortable. The pain about a 7 on a scale of 10. He'll have that stent removed on Tuesday. But he said, believe it or not, the pain is not near as bad as it was a few weeks back leading up into that surgery, but still an uncomfortable situation for Tony Gibson and probably a little nerve-wracking seeing his man Kurt Busch in the middle of the fray here today at Talladega.
I'd say there's a bunch of uncomfortable situations right here, man. Look at these guys. They're really, really getting aggressive here. 3 wide, doing a lot of pushing and shoving.
Well, somebody makes a big move like Hamlin did to take the lead, and everyone sees opportunity. Do I go high? Do I go low? I've got to go somewhere.
But Darrell, we were talking about Kevin Harvick in that 4 car. I mean, look at him though, 3 wide, 3 wide, 3 wide, 3 wide, all the way back through there. It seems like he can get up there and he can run 2nd to 5th, but can he get up there and lead with all that damage on that nose?
Just like early in the race, 23 cars are within 1 second of the leader.
This is an amazing pack of cars, and trust me, if they weren't belted in their seats, they'd be sitting on the edge of their seats.
J.J. Yaley is going to be black flagged. He'll have to pit. The window net on the driver's side has come undone. That's a safety violation. He'll have to come to pit road. And here comes Junior.
But Darrell talked about all the buffeting that goes on with the air. That's very possibly what knocked that window net loose in J.J. Yaley's
Oh, yeah,
car.
man. I mean, sometimes there's just an incredible amount of turbulence around these cars.
Now, the turbulence is around Hamlin's number 11 right now. Didn't get a good run off turn 2, and here they come on both sides.
Look at Junior. He says, I'll go over here a while, then go down here a while.
And back to the bottom with the 4.
There you go.
And this is what he does best.
And the 4 could clear him there. 4 could clear him, so the 41's going to be gaining on you off the corner here in the middle of the track, that red car.
Man, that's good information.
All right, 4 is way back on the bottom. 41's clear, so watch your mirror there. He is clear in your mirror, so keep your eye on him. He is clear. He is not getting a shove. He is clear, though.
At most tracks.
3 wide behind him. They're 3 wide behind him.
Most tracks, mirror driving is frowned on. At Talladega, it's just this is the way you race.
But that's TJ Majors. Remember what Jeff Gordon told Eddie DeHunt earlier, his spotter. We need to anticipate sooner because things happen so quick.
Yeah, and that was just great information right there. It really helped Junior know where to go. That 41 had a little run. He went with him. Good information.
At some short tracks, mirrors are forbidden. Wouldn't work well here.
I don't think I like that.
108 laps complete this time by Dale Earnhardt Jr. hauls the field around Talladega. New leader at Talladega, and no surprise, pole sitter Jeff Gordon has taken his drive down Hunger Chevrolet back to the front, passing Dale Earnhardt Jr. for the lead. Carl Edwards coming.
They gang up on Junior right here, Mike. You see Jeff Gordon gets a run on Junior. Now Junior goes to the bottom. No help. All by himself. Carl Edwards is giving Jeff Gordon a great shove. Shoves him right past Junior, along with a couple other guys.
But Edwards' run to the front thwarted. He's on the outside.
I tell you.
And back at fourth now, leading his teammate Denny Hamlin.
These things are wobbling all over the place. I mean, they're at that critical point right now, getting close to needing tires, and they're getting low on fuel. The cars are really starting to dice and dance around.
Saw David Reagan just coming up to speed, back on track after being involved in the crash at lap 47. Full house at Talladega. Every infield RV space sold. Ticket sales up 11% over last year. We're seeing a great race at 112 laps. Jeff Gordon, Dale Earnhardt Jr., Jimmy Johnson, Kurt Busch, Ryan Blaney, and Carl Edwards. How about we go for a Dale Earnhardt Jr. nationwide inside ride with the 88?
Still, next two cars clear to bear. All right, man, the outside lane is getting real tight here behind the 41. I'll let you know what happens here. They got the 21 on the bottom by himself behind the 41. We're going to have to move up here eventually. Middle to high sides where they're going to be, yeah. Still in your tracks there, buddy. 48, 41, 19. Here comes the big push behind the 40, behind the 48. Let's see where he goes. They're in line, they're in line, they're in line. In line, they're outside the 48, outside the 48 in your mirror. All the help's on the high side, man. The 41's got them all with him there. Red car in your mirror. He is clear. He is clear. Watch that 41. Little bit of a run, not enough to pass you. 19 is his clear in his mirror. Austin's out for debris. Save fuel. Save fuel.
Turn 3 is the debris at lap 115, fifth caution of the day.
Boy, that TJ Majors, now he is giving Dale Jr., I mean, as precise of information as I think I've ever heard at Talladega.
There are your spotters up above the center grandstand in the tri-oval. They've got the highest seat in the house. And there is their view of our booth and the start-finish line and turn 1.
And Darrell, how Dale Earnhardt Jr. met TJ Majors was actually through online racing. They used to race each other.
Dale Jr. used to spend a lot of time doing that. I don't think he does that quite as much anymore as he used to, but he's met a lot of good young drivers online.
And TJ was so good online, didn't Dale Jr. put him in a late model to do some racing?
Yeah.
And then he ended up part of the team and ended up Dale Jr.'s spotter. J.J. Yaley had to pit for that window net problem, so he's the free pass car, the first car a lap down.
And what's timely about this caution, easily all drivers, and they will come to pit road this time, they can make it on one more stop now to the end. It was a little borderline with that last pit stop.
Darrell, what'd you think when you saw him going 4 wide all the way around the racetrack with still nearly 80 laps to go?
Yeah, well, it's just a little dicey. What you're doing is you're just hoping nobody makes a mistake. I mean, if you get that, like we saw with Trevor Bayne, if you get the cars in the right place and you get the guy in front of you or you're going by loose, that's what you worry about. As long as everybody holds their line, does their job, it's going to be fine. But, man, if somebody makes the tiniest mistake, big trouble.
Again, on that wreck at lap 47, while the first replay appeared to indicate contact between Kurt Busch and Trevor Bayne, there was no contact, simply the air off of the 27 Paul Menard and the 41, causing that incident.
Good with the car. I just was in a bad spot there to keep going up the racetrack with the 48. 10-4. How's your temps doing? Yeah, they've been fine.
Vince?
The 41 of Kurt Busch likes his race car, told Tony Gibson the previous air pressure adjustment helped it turn a little bit on that last run. It'll be right sides only and 4 seconds of fuel. Jamie?
Carl Edwards says, we have a fast car here and the track is getting slick. A 2-tire stop was the call. Dale Earnhardt Jr. right sides only as well, Matt.
Easy entry into this pit box so as to not slide the left side tires, but they're going to only go right side and they're going to go on the jack. He's away.
Pit road, a busy place with 32 lead lap cars. Gordon, Earnhardt, Edwards, Johnson as they come off pit road. 5th caution flag of the day, debris in turn 3 at Talladega.
Geico 500 on Fox is sponsored by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. By Coca-Cola, the official soft drink of NASCAR. Coca-Cola, open happiness. And by KFC, the world's best chicken. How do you, KFC?
Racing at Talladega is often a game of inches. Let's take a look at how close. Brought to you by Game of War. Join millions in building alliances, creating empires, and battling enemies. Game of War. Download and play for free now from the App Store. Let's see. Building alliances, creating empires, and battling enemies. Sounds like owning a race team.
Sounds like racing at Talladega.
Here we go. Jeff Gordon, Dale Earnhardt Jr. will be on the front row for the restart.
It's just a question
Mustang safety car heads for the safety of pit road. Edwards and Johnson, Kurt Busch and Keselowski, Truex and Dillon, Blaney and Almirola are the top 10. Kevin Harvick will start tail end of the lead lap. His men were over the wall too soon on that pit stop. We're back under green.
Got the Hendrick Brigade at the front here with Jeff Gordon, Jimmy Johnson, Dale Jr. Carl Edwards hanging in there pretty tough today. And there's a 41 car giving him a nice little shove off turn 2. Might be just what Carl needs.
But here comes Edwards in the 19 up behind Gordon. And that should advance him to hold the lead.
Yeah, well, here comes Kurt. He's going to give Junior a push now. Get him back up there.
Here comes everybody.
Goodness gracious. Whole lot of shaking going on.
As far as tire strategy, it was kind of a mixed bag. About half the drivers 2 tires, half of them 4. Actually, Paul Menard fuel only in that 27.
Jeff Gordon retains the lead, Matt.
Mike Gordon had been pleased with how well he and Carl Edwards had been working, but he chose the outside lane because he wanted to break up the alliance of Dale Jr. and Jimmy Johnson. Now, once back again, Carl is on his bumper.
Jimmy Johnson talking about a potential vibration on the in-car radio.
So I've had those little vibrations start creeping in. I mean, it only happens when the car loads up in the corner. Get on the straight again, it goes away. And
I wish you would have told me that before we pitted, bud. We would have put 4 tires on it.
No, it's not a tire.
I don't know, this vibration thing is confusing. I know I talked to Dale Jr. about it, and he said, man, we don't know what it is. We can't find it. We can't fix it.
Yeah, and I think why Chad said what he said, they were one of the teams that changed just right side tires. I think Chad may have went with 4 had Jimmy have told him that before they pitted.
Yeah, that's and listen, that is the responsibility of the driver to relay messages like that to the crew chief long before he gets himself in that situation.
And you can see right there, only one time did they change 4 tires. It's been 2 rights, the other 3 stops. Still have 1 more stop to go at least.
But you heard Jimmy's explanation. He didn't tell Chad because he didn't think it was a tire vibration.
You know, it's amazing. Hendrick Motorsports has 22 restrictor plate wins. That's 6 more than any other team. That's counting Daytona and Talladega. They lead in every category. Wins, poles, laps led. They lead in every category.
Here comes Denny Hamlin on the high side, 3 wide at the line in his number 11. Jamie?
And he's had a little bit of an eventful day. Started 17th, drove his way to the front, led 2 laps, and now on that last pit stop, the air hose got caught up on the splitter in the front and caused them quite a bit of time. He actually lost 10 positions, but he's on his way, making his move back to the front.
Restarted 15th. He's picked up 3, going after Jamie McMurray now for a gain of 4.
Whoa, that was some tight racing. Woo, yikes. Boy, Kurt Busch squeezed between Carl Edwards in that 19 and the wall. Yikes.
That's off turn 4. Now they fan out in the tri-oval.
That's when you got to have a lot of trust, man. You got to trust that guy you're putting in that position, that he holds his line.
And we talked about Kevin Harvick, who restarted tail end of the lead lap 33rd. He's fought his way back up through about halfway through this field. He's 16th.
Kurt just did it again. I mean, he forced himself between the 3 car there and the wall to make that outside really work.
And I think what these other drivers know, Darrell, they know he has a fast race car, so like Jimmy Johnson, he just fell up there right behind him.
Boy, he did, but Kurt has made a couple of really great moves to get by a couple of cars here all of a sudden.
He is 3rd and perhaps about to lose it to Carl Edwards in the 19 on the inside.
But you know, it never fails at Talladega. You can feel things start to build a little bit. You can feel drivers starting to push it a little bit harder, taking a few more chances. Because folks, we don't have very many laps to go.
Is that why we're 3 wide, 8 rows deep right now?
Exactly. Yeah, you don't want to. You got to get you're starting to think about getting yourself in the position to win this thing.
65 laps to go and a pit stop, but they're racing like it's 10 to go.
Well, 65 sounds like a long time, but if you get shuffled back into 15th, 20th place, it can take you a good 20 laps or better to get back up there. So you don't want to fall back right now.
Look at this, 18 cars under a blanket at the front of the field.
Man, Brad Keselowski in the 2 gave Junior a shot into turn 3, and look where it put Junior out front.
And look where it puts Keselowski in position to challenge, and Ryan Blaney right with him. Blaney down on the bottom. Junior and Keselowski come down to cover the spot. Gordon on the outside now.
I tell you, Blaney has done a great job today as a rookie in that car. He fell back in the field. We haven't talked about him much, but that 21 car is pretty fast.
He's got something most rookies would love to have, a fast race car.
You got that right, brother. That's how they won the Daytona 500 with Trevor Bayne.
Now, when that happened, the 21 Wood Brothers team was a satellite operation of Roush Fenway Racing. They are now a satellite of Team Penske, which makes the number 2 of Keselowski more or less Ryan Blaney's teammate.
Yes, it does. And you saw right there, though, Blaney made a slight mistake. You cannot leave the bottom open getting into turn 3. He did that, and he's going to pay the price.
Yep, Stewart and Harvick, the 14 and the 4, right there with Menard.
Yeah, Tony Stewart in that 14 had actually, he fell back quite a bit. Now he's getting some help from his teammate, Kevin Harvick, in that 4, and Tony's right back where he was earlier in the race.
Blaney picks up the 19, a shove from Carl Edwards.
Get up there
and we say
there.
A shove. Yeah. When that car is behind you and pushing the air, it pushes you. They don't have to go and lock bumpers nose to tail to help.
If Carl can get up there behind the 21, Blaney's doing a great job of hanging right in there where he is. Carl get up there and give him a little shove. He could get him out front. Blaney needs to watch his mirrors, though, because that 24 car, Jeff Gordon, is just to his right. He might get better. He might be better off if he picked him up and gave a push.
62 laps to go at 200 miles an hour, 2 and 3 wide, back through the 33 cars that are on the lead lap.
But that's a lot of decision making with the 21 car and Blaney. Do I stay with Carl Edwards? Give me a pretty good push. Or do I try to do something? Do I try to get down in line? What do I do here? A lot of decisions have to be made for a guy with very little experience.
Speaking of getting a push, Denny Hamlin in this 11, he's been getting a little push from Eric Almirola in this 43 car, and they've been working right up the middle. Hamlin's trying to get to his teammate Carl Edwards in that orange 19, and he's there.
Wiggling, wobbling. These things just move all over the place.
On the outside now, Austin Dillon in the 3. There you see him topside with Jeff Gordon trying to make something happen.
Hey.
Chris?
Mike, Austin Dillon having a great little run here at these last 60 laps. He got shuffled out of the top 10 about 50 laps ago. Now he's just trying to charge back to the front. For most of the race, he was saying that the car just a bit nervous at the back end. So all race long, they've been trying to settle that car down. After that last pit stop, he says he finally has something he can work with.
You know, Larry, the other thing is we get into the afternoon here, the track's going to start to cool at some point. And that's going to help these cars handling wise too.
It'll start to get some grip back.
Really impressed with the 21 car Blaney, though. Able to hang right there in that kind of outside line, and actually with Carl helping him, looks like they gain a little bit on the leaders here.
Well, he qualified 3rd. Everybody knows that's a fast car, and Blaney's been giving it a great ride. Dale Earnhardt Jr., the leader in the Geico 500. 132 laps complete. We're under green at Talladega in the Geico 500. Here's your Geico race summary. Dale Earnhardt Jr. is your leader. 33 cars on the lead lap. 13 drivers have led the race. 21 lead changes. We've had 5 cautions for 19 laps. The day so far has belonged to Hendrick Motorsports. Dale Earnhardt Jr. now leading. Jimmy Johnson, Jeff Gordon have led the most laps today. Take you back to 11th place on the outside. Danica Patrick with perhaps some issues. Vince?
Issues indeed, Mike. Transmission problem, 4th gear only for Danica Patrick. Somewhat amazing. She's running 12th right now. As you see, been as high as 9th today, but trying to get her 3rd top 10 of the season. Going to be a struggle with this issue. Said she just can't get it shifted out of the position it's in. 4th gear only for the 10 car.
And Vince, we saw that on that last restart. In fact, she almost lost the draft, so she obviously has a fast race car, but restarts, pit stops will not be good to her. We know at least one more stop.
Yeah, that could be disastrous, particularly if it's under green. That's going to be hard to overcome.
At the top of the day, we talked about dark horses, and look at some of the drivers who are still in contention here. Non-winners in the Sprint Cup Series, like David Gilliland in the 38. For Front Row Motorsports, he's got a runner-up finish, looking for his first win. Matt DiBenedetto in the 83 had trouble qualifying for a couple of races, but he is right in the hunt today in 15th. Cole Witt for Front Row Motorsports, and Chris Buescher, Witt in 18th, and Buescher now 20th.
And remember, Mike, they're on a little bit of a different agenda. Right now, they just want to get to the finish. They're not looking to be a hero until there's 5 to go. Then if they've got anything, and then they will use it.
Add triathlete Josh Wise for Phil Parsons Racing to that list. They're all in the lead draft. Alex Bowman, Michael Annett, and more.
I want to go back to Matt DiBenedetto, though, in that 23 car. This is his very first, or 83 car. This is his very first Sprint Cup Series restrictor plate race. He did not run one last year, and he was not in the Daytona 500. So not only is he doing a well of a job, this is his first time to do this type of racing in Sprint Cup.
Now, he was involved in that pileup at lap 47. Many of those cars made repairs and are still on the lead lap.
And don't forget who DiBenedetto's crew chief is. Pretty smart guy, been around a long time. Doug Richard.
Yep, won that very first championship with Dale Earnhardt.
Always look at guys like Benedetto, and DiBenedetto runs good, those kind of guys, and I say, okay, why are they running good? And then I look and see who their crew chiefs are, and that usually gives you a good idea.
You know, Mike, Darrell has mentioned a couple of times about Ryan Blaney in that 21 car, what a well of a job he's doing. And you think about that 2011 win with the Wood brothers and Trevor Bayne. We know they run a limited schedule. That's the last time that Ford team had a top 5 finish, was in the 2011 Daytona 500.
Trevor Bayne drove that car here last year and led a bunch of laps.
Uh-oh, trouble for the 48. I don't know trouble, but I do see some trash on the grill. Big time right there.
Not sure if that's above the grill opening or if it might be covering some of it. Not a lot of open space there below the bumper.
Still outside in
run such a minimum amount of opening here. It doesn't take much to cover up what is there.
Let's get back to the 3rd place car of Ryan Blaney and check with Vince.
You know, it's amazing, Mike. This is just his 4th race of the season. His best finish was 19th at Las Vegas. Most recently, 42nd at Las Vegas. But he is, or at Texas, I should say. But he's working with Jeremy Bullins. And Bullins has had a lot of success in the Xfinity Series, coming up from championship caliber seasons in that campaign. And he works very well with Ryan Blaney. They came out of the Penske camp together, and they had a plan today, and that was to stay up front and stay out of trouble, and it has been executed to a T. Very minimal adjustments on that race car.
Qualified 3rd quickest. He kind of broke up the Hendrick group up there in qualifying, and you can see why, because he's been able to maintain a pretty good front up here in the front of the field.
Darrell, Danica Patrick, we got the report about having 4th gear only. She has worked her way up into the 6th position. I would have to believe it's like pick your poison. A restart after a caution or making a green flag pit stop. I don't want to say she would be better off on a restart than trying to get up to speed after a green flag pit stop.
Yeah, because it's going to be hard to get out of the pits with nothing but high gear. It'll take you forever to get that thing going. Plus, pit road speed, kind of hard to judge. There's going to be a lot of issues.
And if everybody pits at the same time under caution, she's going to lose time to all those cars on pit road at once. She might just be better off if this race stays green.
Yeah, well, she might be better off to let everybody pit and then come in and give her a clear shot out of the pits. That would help her probably as much as anything.
Tony Stewart likely having his best race of the season today. There he is in second, up behind Dale Earnhardt Jr. Three-time series champion.
But you know what I love about Tony? I mean, you know the issues that he and Junior had last week. Tony wasn't happy with Junior, but that was last week. I guarantee you, Tony get mad at you on Saturday night, he'll buy you a beer on Sunday.
The last time Tony had a winless streak more than 40 races long, it ended here.
In October of 2008. And the man has 6 second-place finishes at this racetrack.
He's working on another one right here, running behind Junior. So good run today for the 41 or for the 14 car.
He's going to drop down and pick up Kevin Harvick in the middle lane, his teammate.
Well, they got Blaney up on the outside. Ooh, that's a little edgy, but so far so good. There's Jeff Gordon coming up behind Ryan Blaney. Maybe he can give him a shove down the back.
Now at the beginning of the race, we checked in with Clint Boyer, who has spent a lot of the day well back in the pack. Chris?
That's right, Mike. He was riding around back of the pack for quite a while, but about 5-6 laps ago, he and his crew chief Brian Patty talking on the radio saying when they're going to pit for the final time, about 30 laps to go. And Clint said, well, I think I need to start making my way to the front, and that's what we're seeing right now. As he's working to the front, he's giving the team good information, saying the car working well, but he said it doesn't seem to suck up as good as cars that he's had here in the past.
But it looks like Clint Boyer, they've made the decision to make a run to the front and not waiting like they've done in the past.
There he is right behind Jamie McMurray and Carl Edwards.
No, it's getting down to, they know they got to make this pit stop. That's going to be crucial, but you got to get yourself in position now. You got to know what you got, and if you don't have what you need, you got one chance to get it right. That's going to be on that pit stop.
At least one more pit stop in these final 47 laps to go. You're watching Fox NASCAR coverage of the Geico 500. Sprint will cut your rate plan in half. Bring them your Verizon or AT&T bill. Turn in your old phone at a Sprint retail store or sprint.com/half price. Jimmy Johnson's led 50 laps today. Jeff Gordon 47 and Dale Earnhardt Jr., your current leader, 31.
It's kind of interesting. Remember I told you about that bubble of air right back here, and Junior's sitting in front of that bubble of air, and when the cars get side by side, these cars don't side draft quite as good as cars used to. So you can get over on that door and get a little side draft, but it doesn't propel you forward like what we used to see the cars do.
And look who's fought his way up into the top 5. There on the right, Kevin Harvick. At lap 119, Harvick restarted 30th. So in less than 30 laps, he's driven up through the field to 4th.
Well, he definitely got a good race car, and that tape on the front of it, I don't think there's obviously not much damage there. I think they just taped that up so the hood wouldn't maybe get air under it.
And Darrell, I know we have 41 laps to go. We have a pit stop, but it just seems like Dale Earnhardt Jr. in that 88. And this was a lot of the chitter chatter in the garage area yesterday. He can go from the top. He can go from the bottom. He can maneuver his car, plus it just has a ton of speed.
Yeah, I know when I talked to him yesterday, Larry, we did our interview, he was very confident and very calm about the car and his chances today. I know he felt really good about what he had to work with.
20 wins, 20 races here since Junior's last win. Carl Edwards still trying to fight his way to the front, and here comes smoke.
Wow.
Tony Stewart
Power
to the bottom and made a big move on Dale Earnhardt Jr. Will Harvick come up and give him a push?
Better hurry. Carl is trying to get to Junior. Kevin's trying to get to Tony.
And at the line, Stewart leads this lap.
Look at Sam Hornish Jr. in that 9 car on the outside.
Yeah, where'd he come from?
Yeah, well, see that how you get that run, but you just can't complete the pass. You can get the side draft, it sucks you up, but you just can't quite get the momentum to pass.
Carl Edwards in the number 19 running second.
And they're almost wrecking each other. Yeah, I see it. They're doing the same behind you as well, so just stay smart, hang tough.
Pretty much a common denominator. They're almost wrecking all around you. That's pretty, you can say that to anybody.
Ben up at the front, falling back to the front. And now in the top 5 in contention to win with 39 laps to go and one more pit stop coming.
But I'm pretty impressed with that blue and white car on the outside, Clint Boyer in that 15. Darrell, you talked to him on the pace laps. He understands his place. I know we talked about Michael understanding it, but Clint Boyer understands how you race Daytona Talladega.
Well, how confident do you have to be when you tell your crew, okay, I've been riding around back here long enough, I'm going to get up front now, and you can actually pull it off. That's pretty confident, and you got a good race car to do it. Finished 3rd both races here last year, got 2 wins here. The guy knows how to run Daytona and Talladega.
Vince?
Just a little bit snug on the 14 of Tony Stewart. That's been the only complaint throughout the course of the day, guys, and they've really been happy with the car. Otherwise, Tony has won here before, but it's been a while, 2008. But his crew chief, Chad Johnston, told me before the race, he said, I just want to finish a super speedway. 5 super speedway races since Chad's been the crew chief. They haven't finished a one of them. So he said it'd be a victory if we could just finish today. But I think Tony's got a bigger goal in mind.
I agree. The window is opening for the final pit stop if we stay green, and pit road is going to be a busy place. 34 laps to go. Next time by in the Geico 500. Dale Earnhardt Jr. Chevy, Carl Edwards Toyota, and Tony Stewart Chevrolet lead the field around. 33 cars still on the lead lap. One pit stop coming. And Larry, if you have to make that stop under green, how many, if any, tires do you want?
Yeah, you're going to need at least a full can of fuel, plus some. So I think 2 tires will be what goes on. But, Mike, I saw it happen yesterday in the Xfinity Series race.
Yep.
You have to make sure as a driver you don't slide the tires coming on the pit road. Chase Elliott slid the tires. They didn't tell his crew chief, Ernie Cope. He only went with 2 and blew a right front tire 2 laps later, leading the race and hit the wall.
How about tire strategy for Carl Edwards? Jamie.
Well, Carl just radioed in to talk to Darian Grubb, his crew chief. He said, what are we thinking here? And he said, I really think we need to take 4 tires. They're going to be wrecking on 2, so we'll wait and see who gets the call here with Carl Edwards.
Yeah, it's a hard call, but the way these cars are handling, and you know you're going to be right up in the middle of a lot of traffic and a lot of cars around you, the maneuverability that 4 tires gives you, the stability it gives you, man, if there's any way possible, give me 4. Give me one of those quick 11-second stops. Give me 4.
All right, Landon Castle back in the race. How about Brad Keselowski's strategy, Matt?
Keselowski has moved himself to the bottom, preparing for that pit stop so he doesn't have to try to move from the top to the bottom. 2 tires in the previous stop. The temperatures are high. That's why he keeps dipping out and trying to cool off that engine.
And we've talked about pitting with partners. As long as you can get some partners to change 4 tires, you're fine. And here comes the first wave, including Dale Earnhardt Jr., our leader in the 88.
Vince?
That 48 of Jimmy Johnson, they've been happy with the race car. They've had some temperature issues throughout the day, but nothing too significant, just right sides. Jamie?
Darian Grubb had mentioned 2 tires, but Carl wanted 4. Dale Jr., the call was for right sides only, and they waited on fuel, Matt.
Keselowski is in. Right side tires are going to go on the jack. He is away. Gordon should be coming next time by. His guys are on the wall.
Everybody leaves pit road with partners, so nobody will be hung out all by themselves as they come back up to speed. So green flag pit stops have begun.
You kind of have to do what everybody else does. I mean, I'd love to have 4 tires. I think it could help me at the end of this race. But I can't sit here waiting on 4 tires when everybody else is driving down pit road. I understand that. Got a car in trouble here right through the tri-oval. Looks like the 3 cars on fire.
The right front of Austin Dillon's car in flames.
Stop down here, right here at the fire truck. This next opening.
They want him to stop at the opening in the wall because the fire truck is right there. Good call.
Now we've got drivers on pit road. The pit road was not closed, so they can go on and complete their pit stop.
Caution is out, and the fire truck is there right away to come to Austin Dillon's aid. It's the 6th caution flag of the day, and it comes at lap 158.
That almost looks like that possibly was an engine failure. And think about Brian Scott, another ECR Chevrolet engine, had the failure earlier in the race.
I tell you what, those Childress guys, they got to be getting tired of fires.
Yes.
Every time something happens, it's car caught on fire.
You saw Austin Dillon climb from the car and walk away.
Some serious heat coming out of there.
Now Joey Logano, 3 laps down, will be the free pass car. Jeff Gordon was on pit road making his stop when the caution flag came out, as were others. Wow, that's a blaze.
That is, and it's hot. It's a hot fire.
And Mike, for all those drivers that made their green flag pit stops, because of how long it takes to get around this 2.66 mile track, they are all still on the lead lap. So they will actually be up there leading this race as we cycle through the pit stops.
Austin Dillon was 16th and on the lead lap and in contention when this happened.
Yeah, he'd been having a good day. He'd been running up the front. Unfortunate whatever happened here.
I do like the call by his spotter to have him drop that car to the inside and stop right at the opening in the safer barrier next to where the fire trucks are stationed.
Yes, sir.
Good call.
Mighty smart.
Jeff Gordon and Josh Wise have been gigged by the electronic speed monitor on pit road. Too fast entering.
They may have got a little bit anxious when they saw that caution about to come out.
Matt?
A number of issues down in the 24 pit. Alan Gustafson said, go on me. But when they dropped the jack, Gordon headed off pit road. Now their fuel numbers are in question. Gordon also was concerned that he might have slid the left front when he hit pit road. They're now being informed about the penalty. Gustafson said, I did not see anything there. I think we're fine. But right now, they're still working the numbers to see if they'll have enough.
They can fix everything because of the penalty. They'll come get the other 2 tires and make sure she's full of fuel.
But remember Martinsville, leading the race, had a car that could have won the race, had a speeding penalty. Vince?
The 41 of Kurt Busch, very happy with his race car. They're not going to make any changes to it at all. It's going to be right side tires and a can of fuel. Jamie?
Hey Hamlin, they're all about max fuel savings here. Right side tires, pack it full as much as possible. The 4 right sides only, Chris.
Clint Boyer making that big run to the front in the last 20 laps. He's just taken 2 tires on this stop. They took 4 in the last stop, saying that car just a little bit tight, but he didn't want any changes.
Here's your Advance Auto Parts race off pit road. Kurt Busch is going to lead them off. A lot of them took 2 tires, as did 9 of the 10 drivers who stopped under green took 2 tires. Everybody but Sam Hornish, who got 4 during the green flag pit stops. So a lot of changes there. How about Ryan Newman up 4 spots? Austin Dillon up in flames, putting us under caution for the 6th time today.
The season is really heating up, and this Saturday night, the action heads to Kansas. Over 400 miles of intense racing will keep the crowd jumping out of their seats. It's Fox Sports 1 NASCAR.
Thanks, Casey. Fox Sports 1 race day. And then the NASCAR Sprint Cup race at Kansas. Coverage begins 7 Eastern.
Yeah, next
week.
Sunday, Mother's Day.
That's right. So coming up, Kansas next Saturday night on Fox Sports 1, the Sprint All-Star Race. Saturday, May 16th, and then the Coca-Cola 600 Memorial Day weekend on Fox.
I love going to Kansas. Man, that area around that racetrack, unbelievable.
Sure has grown since that racetrack went in. Major League Soccer there.
Bass Pro,
baseball,
villas,
all kinds of retail. Very
Famous
nice.
Dave's, you name it, they got it.
We will restart with 26 to go and 32 cars on the lead lap. And Cole Witt from Alpine, California, second-year driver for Front Row Motorsports, which pulled off a big surprise with David Reagan and David Gilliland. He is your race leader. From Dale Earnhardt Jr., Jimmy Johnson, Sam Hornish, Brad Keselowski, Carl Edwards. The rest of the top 10, Blaney, DiBenedetto, Busch, and Hamlin. Austin Dillon checked at the infield care center and released. He is okay after that fiery blaze that put us under this caution flag. Today's aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. Everything they learned making tires for the grueling demands of NASCAR inspires what rolls into yours. Goodyear, official tire of NASCAR.
See, this is what makes Talladega so interesting. Now these guys have been running up front all day. They got to deal with a guy like Cole Witt. What does Cole Witt do? Where does he come from? How does he drive? How am I going to race him? Or you go down the line just a little bit. Sam Hornish hadn't been up there all day. Now I know Sam. I've raced with him a little bit, but I'm not sure what to expect out of him today. Those are the unknown things that these drivers have been running up front. Now they got to deal with drivers they haven't been racing with all day, and that confuses you.
Yeah. Austin Dillon was 16th when he brought that caution out. Vince?
A fiery end to his day here at Talladega. Austin, any idea or get a heads up that it was coming?
Not really. It just went all at once. It was a pretty big boom, and Spotter did a good job getting me to the spot where we needed to get the fire truck there. But man, I'm just a bummer for Bass Pro Shops, Dow, American Nuts, and all of our sponsors. Had a good car. Just we got to get our motors back right. We've blown up 2 this year already, and Brian's earlier in this race. So we'll work on it. Guys at ECR work really hard, so we'll be just fine.
Mike? Thanks, Vince. One fellow who knows how Cole Witt drives is Dale Earnhardt Jr., who starts alongside him because Witt drove in what's now the Xfinity Series for Junior Motorsports.
Yes, sir. That's exactly right.
Coming to green with 26 laps to run.
Boy, Danica couldn't get going, and Casey Kane is giving her a shove. You know, she only has high gear, and the guy that really timed that out right was Stenhouse in the 17. He doesn't have anything but high gear. He laid way back, and he's got a heck of a run coming up through the back of the field right there.
And Cole Witt got going, but not quick enough. It's going to be Junior, Johnson, Keselowski, and Blaney.
I saw Stenhouse over in the middle of 3 of us. Something's wrong with that car over there, and they said, no, he's laying back. Boy, did he time that well.
Big windup.
Stenhouse actually, just like Danica Patrick, high gear only. He had transmission problems earlier, which I think's why he did what he did on that restart.
It was, Larry. Sure. I mean, he was laying back. He got her wound up, and he got her run.
Jeff Gordon, the pole sitter, fastest car for most of this race, restarted 31st, and they're going to hang Cole Witt out to dry on the high side.
Well, Larry, what do you like to say? Might be time to reach up there and
pull those belts tight one more time and then again.
And then pull those gloves up over your elbows and hang on, folks. She's going to get a little rowdy here.
Junior and Johnson. Keselowski on the outside. Ryan Blaney in the other Ford near the front. On the left of your screen with the red roof, trying to get to Keselowski and be of a little help.
How about Keselowski? Won this race last fall, had to win this race last fall to transfer in the chase, and he did it. And here he is today, hanging in there tough.
And this is where he got his very first career win in exciting fashion back in 2009.
Wow. Blaney just passed Keselowski and set sail for Junior and Johnson.
He needs to keep that thing on the bottom. He's opened that inside up a couple of times, and he's cost him spots, just like he's doing right there, man. You got to protect that bottom.
Up the middle comes Clint Boyer in blue and white with Carl Edwards behind him. Boyer's Toyota making some noise, and now that lane stalls out just a bit.
Yeah, but he's got a Toyota behind him, and Carl Edwards trying to help him here. And Boyer, I mean, he knows how to run these races. Really smart on these on the Talladega Daytona track.
He's won here twice.
Gosh, it was just kind of we're in a lull there for a little while, but not anymore. Man, you can. I don't know if you're at home or here in the booth or where, but can you just feel the difference, the pace, the urgency? Just a total different feeling what we had a little bit ago.
Now, early in this race, the fast lane seemed to be the bottom, and that's where they pulled the train, was around the bottom. Now, it's the top side, way up, riding the rim late in the day.
It's who's got, Dale Jr.'s got a fast car. So if he wants to run the top, you're going to run the top with him. I think that's what makes the difference. Early it was Jeff Gordon ran the top, and they all ran the top with him. I think that's what we're seeing right now.
Yeah, the Pied Piper disappeared a few years ago. I think he's back today.
Yeah. And Jeff Gordon is mired back in 20th.
Now, here's the deal. You can't sit here like this and wait till the race is over, with 5 laps to go. Somebody back in there is going to have to decide we need to jump down to the bottom and make something happen. It's kind of interesting how this thing starts to play out when we get down near the end.
Carl Edwards was leading the inside, then he found a hole in the outside lane and moved up. Now it's Tony Stewart, first car on the bottom. And a little gap from Edwards to Stewart. We're going to be here all the way to the checkered flag, 21 laps from now, as we take you side by side at Talladega. $18 laps to go when they come back. Mixed bag for Hendrick Motorsports. Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Jimmy Johnson out front. Casey Kane with a lot of crash damage. And pole sitter Jeff Gordon looking like an also-ran, just hanging on to the back end of the top 20.
Yeah, he's down on the bottom all by himself and no one to help him, and he keeps losing spots. I mean, he's all the way back to 20th place. He's going to have to try to get up in line and make something happen, maybe get somebody grouped up with him. Who's that yellow car?
He's getting a little bit of help from Matt Kenseth in the yellow number 20, Darrell.
If they could get a couple of cars, if he gets some guys that get down there and help him a little bit, he might be able to do something. But right now, he's just hung out to dry.
For the first time today, there's a 10-car breakaway at the front of the field. 3 things you need to know with 20 to go. Jamie?
What a day it's been for Dale Earnhardt Jr. They brought the same car he finished 3rd with at Daytona. Weren't sure if it was going to be as good. Well, it's been a nice surprise. He's been out front a lot. 49 laps to be exact. He's happy with the car, looking for his 6th win here at Talladega, but his first this season. Vince?
Well, is this the day that young Ryan Blaney stuns the field and gets his first Sprint Cup victory? It's just his 6th career Sprint Cup start, running a limited schedule, not running for points, nothing to lose. He's been in the mix all day long. He started 3rd, and he's running 3rd with 17 to go. Matt?
Vince, if Jeff Gordon can pull off the win, it'll be his 93rd career win. But his 80th win came right here at Talladega. It was a special one. The first with daughter Ella in victory lane. Right now he's stuck on the bottom. He likes the fact he's got 4 tires because he felt like 4 would be better because the car is so much better balanced. It was a handful on 2, but he can't get many people to work with him. That's his biggest hindrance.
He restarted 30th, Matt. He's up to 23rd, but has a long way to go to get to the front.
I think the spoiler in this whole thing is that 21 car of Ryan Blaney. I mean, if I'm Dale Jr. and I look in my mirror and I got Jimmy Johnson, my teammate behind me, he's got 2 wins. I mean, you know, he's going to help me.
Leonard Wood, Hall of Famer, mechanical genius. He makes things out of nothing. And he has always been an expert at minimizing driveline drag.
And tuning. The man can tune a carburetor and, of course, fuel injection now, but he is a great, when it comes to getting an engine tuned up and running right, Leonard was always the man.
Well, I've been working on my trends, and if you look at the last 10 spring Talladega races, the average of the last caution is lap 185 with 3 to go, but look at that right there. 8 of those 10, we had a caution in the last 10 laps, and also 5 green-white checkers.
Yeah, there's a green-white checker disease at this place.
Brickhouse, Bouchard, Brooks,
Pond,
Hillen, Pond, Parsons. 6 drivers who got their first and only career Sprint Cup win at Talladega. This track has produced 10 first-time winners in the Sprint Cup Series.
Well, and remember what I said early on. It's the unknown. Dale Jr. knows what Jimmy Johnson's going to do. Most likely he's going to help Dale Jr. because Dale Jr. doesn't have a win. He needs one. But what's that 21 going to do? What's that kid going to do? Nobody knows.
Nope. But, Darrell, I'm with what you said a while ago as we're down to 14 laps to go. I know the top 10 single file, they want to keep some distance on the rest of the field, but I just think with the speed that Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Jimmy Johnson have, they cannot wait too late in this race if they're going to make a move.
I would not wait till the last lap. I'm just telling you.
One driver who may not be contending for the win back in 27th spot. Last week's winner, Kurt Busch. Vince?
Well, it's taken an unusual turn. Spent most of the day looking like a contender, but they had a battery issue. Kurt sensed that it was coming. They were having some voltage problems. Eventually, that first battery died, had to switch to the second battery, therefore fell back at one time outside the top 30. And as you said, now creeping up into near the 25th position, Mike.
I don't think I remember seeing this kind of separation at the coming down the end of the race here at Talladega like I see right now. Those first 12, 14 cars there kind of separated from another group of about 12 or 14, but a big gap from Tony Stewart all the way up to Carl Edwards.
That gap is 1.2 seconds that separates the first 10 from the rest of the field.
Yeah, you normally don't see that kind of gap here at the end of the race. Everybody's usually trying to group up and get ready for the mad dash. Right now, I'm not sure that's going to happen.
You know, one driver I just saw back there a couple of cars behind Kurt Busch, Brad Keselowski in that white number 2. He is really falling back as well. In fact, he's all the way back in the 29th position, almost the last driver on the lead lap.
The Penske cars have been so strong this year. Neither of Roger Penske's Fords are up there. Joey Logano damaged in the crash at lap 47. The Wood brothers in 3rd, and Richard Petty Motorsports in 8th and 13th are the leading Fords in this race.
Well, Matt Yoakum told us under the pace laps, Team Penske, those Ford drivers, they've won the last 2 restrictor plate races.
Now, here's a scenario that could work out. Tony Stewart's got this line of cars behind him. if they could, in fact, start to gain some momentum and close that gap on Carl Edwards and that group in front and charge up to them and make that bottom work, that could change everything.
It's happening, Darrell. In the last 2 laps, that second group has gained 0.4 of a second of that deficit.
Yeah, and you know Tony Stewart, he's not going to sit there. When he gets to Carl Edwards, he's going to the inside, and he's going to drag that group with him. That could change everything. They're definitely closing. I see that gap narrow, narrow, narrow as Tony Stewart, along with Casey Mears and a group of others, are coming up on the back of that pack.
Yeah, 0.2 of a second on that lap alone. There is the deficit.
And they're going to have
to the leader.
They're going to have a nice head of steam when they get there. They're going to be able to run up through there. They should be able to make some pretty good progress all the way up to, I don't know if they can get to the front or not, but they're going to have a shot.
But they have a head of steam. I mean, they've caught him now in about 2 laps.
Now, surely he won't sit there. Surely he will just drive to the inside and try to keep going.
Looks like to me Carl Edwards in that 19 has backed up to the 14 under Tony Stewart. He's going to take him to the bottom.
That's what you got to do, man. You can do it.
Right. Carl wasn't getting any help from the car in front of him, so he backs up to Stewart and gets a push. Here he comes.
Push, man. Push. You got to do it. Uh-oh. Got a little trash on the grill here.
Well, with 10 to go, let her eat.
Let her eat, right?
I think he won a Daytona 500 with a little garbage on the grill.
That actually is helping him probably.
Greg Ives in his 10th race as crew chief. He won here as team engineer with Jimmy Johnson, looking for his first victory with Dale Earnhardt Jr.
And Junior loves that guy, and Junior really has just been a big cheerleader. Temp's creeping up. I just heard him say that.
Now, Carl Edwards in that 19 saw that nothing was happening, so he jumped back up in behind Clint Boyer in that 15 car.
And that hung Tony Stewart out on the inside of the racetrack with Ryan Newman, his former teammate, and Danica Patrick.
Yeah, it's a disappointing. It's just not there. The cars on the outside have got the momentum. They've got
72, climbing real slow.
Whoa! Smoke said, I guess I better get in line. I guess I better get in right here.
Was that as close as it looked?
That was.
Now, Dale Earnhardt Jr. keeps giving Greg Ives the water temp. This is a pressurized system. As long as it doesn't spit the water out, the temp won't hurt it. But if it gets so hot, the power will actually start to fall off a little bit.
But he's got that cushion, man. He's got his teammate behind him. Don't know.
8 laps, about 24 miles to go here at Talladega.
I'm not sure I've ever seen quite this kind of lineup coming down with 10 laps to go at Talladega. It's usually a little bit more hectic than this. But if you can't pull out and you can't pass, then you got to stay in line and follow.
Darrell, I know you said you can't wait to the last lap. I personally feel like with what I'm seeing, you better start making something happen here in the next few laps.
That's what I think. Try it.
And Tony Stewart did. The problem? No one went with him. He jumps back up in line in front of Alex Bowman.
Well, again, that's what I say with Junior. He knows it. He knows Jimmy Johnson's not going to jump out of line. He's going to stay with Junior. Then there's the 21 car of Blaney, rookie. Does he and Denny Hamlin try to work something out?
How about our leader, Jamie?
Greg Ives just told his driver, Dale Earnhardt Jr., 1 lap ago, you do have debris on the grill. Junior just came on the radio and said water temp is pegged.
Wow. Ooh. That's not good.
But guys, if I'm Ryan Blaney in that 21, make a move. Make a move. You're not even running for points. You're here to win, and that's all that matters.
I think the gauge is over here.
Yes.
I think that
they're red.
They're red right now. As long as it doesn't hurt the power too bad, I wouldn't worry. I wouldn't even look at the gauges.
All right, we listened in on the Wood brothers and Ryan Blaney.
You got to believe that the 48 is going to try to help the 88, so you got to be prepared to take everybody else with us.
That's going to be the move. If Denny Hamlin and if Kevin Harvick and Martin Truex, if they will go with Blaney, I think that 21 is fast enough to pass the 88 and the 48. I believe.
But we'll be coming back to the line with 5 laps to go.
For a rookie to be in a position to win at Talladega, How great must that be, and what must be going through the mind of that young man in third place right now?
I don't know, but he's a cool young man. I can tell you that. He's an old soul.
His dad, veteran Sprint Cup racer and World of Outlaws champion Dave Blaney, and from Hartford, Ohio, his grandfather, Lou Blaney, was quite the shoe.
You think about Dave Blaney. He was always a cool guy. And Ryan right here, is he's had a whale of a day.
5 to go.
But you think about it, it's that one Ford driver, Ryan Blaney, one Toyota driver, Denny Hamlin, everyone else up there, Chevrolet drivers.
Like I've always said, I don't care what you're driving. If you can make the pass, I'm going with you. And if I can help you, I'm really going with you.
A breakaway again. And once again, it's the first 10 cars back to Carl Edwards that have pulled Casey Mears and the rest of the field now by, that gap is about 0.6 of a second.
Now, if you're a rookie and you're sitting here saying, man, I'm going to finish third in this race today, and that's a great day for us, or do I take a chance? What do I do? That's what he's sitting there trying to decide in his mind. And if I do pull down, is Denny Hamlin going to go with me?
Matt Kenseth tried to break out. Didn't have any luck there. He's going back and finds a place back in line in his yellow Toyota.
I would say the negotiating between spotters right now looks like the New York Stock Exchange up there.
I just hope they don't. I hope he doesn't do something and hang him out to dry. I'd like to see him bring this thing home with a shot at winning it if somebody will work with him.
Remember Monty Hall, the host of Let's Make a Deal, would make a great spotter right about now.
How would you like a new car?
How would you like to get the old car to the finish line first?
Oh, man.
3 laps to go, and still single file through the top 15.
Well, it's just going to be, it's just a situation we got to wait and see if anybody is going to try it or not. That's what we don't know.
Tony Stewart's trying. Got a little help, but he just can't gain any ground. And Stewart mired back in 20th.
He's way too far back. It's got to happen from Blaney back.
You going to run out of time, or are you going to run out of patience?
I think it better be happening right now. Darrell has said it. You can't wait to the last lap. Come on, Ryan, make a move with that 21 car.
That's what I'm saying. Drop to the inside and hope somebody goes with you.
2 laps to go. And still the waiting game plays out.
Stove's getting hotter, boys. I can really sympathize with Blaney. I'm sitting here in third place. That's a great day for me at this racetrack. I'm a rookie. I don't want to make a rookie mistake. I don't want to do something here that makes myself look bad, but here he goes.
There goes Hamlin in that 11 car.
Here we go.
Junior comes down to cover the spot.
And they left Blaney hanging.
Denny Hamlin made the move. Ryan Blaney in the 21 pays the price, and now they're all double wide behind the front 4.
Well, here they come down the stretch. 1 to go.
White flag. Martin Truex on the outside. Menard's coming with him.
They'll never make it back.
And Denny Hamlin goes up there. We got one all the way on the apron spinning.
Carl Edwards.
Big wreck.
Nope.
No caution.
And now there's the wreck. 3 cars hard in the wall.
Big wreck in rear. Keep coming.
Casey Mears, Ricky Stenhouse, Jeff Gordon around. Here come the leaders.
We're still green.
No caution.
Still green.
Come on, boys. Bring it to the house.
Menard to the bottom with Blaney. Junior trying to hold everybody off.
Come on, Blaney. You got one more shot. You can do it.
Earnhardt, Johnson, Menard, Blaney. Double wide behind them. 4 cars to settle it. Earnhardt trying to cover all spots. Dale Earnhardt Jr. Checkered flag at Talladega. Johnson second. Menard third. Blaney, Truex the top 5. And 1 car in the wall coming to the line way up in the dust. That was Stenhouse, who's wiped the whole right side off his car on the final lap.
Oh, Junebug, nice job, brother.
I'd say Junior Nation's going to party like it's 1999.
Woohoo! 24th
Good
win.
Job,
Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Oh, celebrate. Take it tomorrow. How do you?
6th Talladega win for Junior. Ties Jeff Gordon for second all-time and most by active drivers, and his career most for a single track. He's the 8th different driver to win a Sprint Cup race in 2015.
If you're going to get your first career win as a crew chief, getting it with Dale Earnhardt Jr. at Talladega is not a bad place to do it.
Jeff Gordon's going to crawl across the start-finish line, but he is going to finish after being caught up in that in turn number 2.
Yeah, the 15 car was in that mess. The 13 car.
Well, let's see what happens here.
They're just slicing and dicing. A lot of moving going on. Carl gets, I think the Casey Mears may have gotten in the back of Carl. Thought Carl had this thing saved. He's fighting it, but then it comes back up the hill right in front of oncoming traffic.
But past him, several cars crashed up at the exit of turn 2. And yet, the track was clear for the leaders. NASCAR let them race back to the line under green. Dale Earnhardt Jr. is your winner.
And part of the key was no driver hit the wall hard. I think that's the other thing they look at.
Yeah, thank you, NASCAR.
Junior coming to the line to get the checkered flag. Sunoco fueling victories. Darrell, when you spoke to him at length yesterday, I heard in the interview him say, "I'm happy with who I am." You know, for a long time, thought he had a lot to live up to. And look at him doing an Alan Kulwicki self-styled Polish victory lap with the window net down, the helmet off, waving to the fans after a great win today.
Yeah, this is exactly what he was talking about yesterday, Mike. I'm content. I'm content with who I am.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. captures the flag and sets off for victory lane. Big, well-deserved grin.
And you wait till he gets to victory circle. You want to see a celebration. He loves going to victory circle and celebrating with his team. He'll hug every one of them, I guarantee you.
And he becomes the 8th driver to punch that ticket to be in the chase come the end of the year.
Vince?
Jimmy Johnson finishes second today, chasing Dale Earnhardt right to the finish line. But was there anything you could have done?
No, I tried. I was waiting for guys to really spread out, maybe with 3 to go, and it didn't happen. And then coming around to take the white, it started, and we had such a small group. There wasn't much energy in our single car draft. So I was trying to back up to the guy behind me, but all it would do is open the gap up for me to the 88, and I could never really close it. So the 11 got rid of the 21. That hurt my opportunity. And then we just kind of all raced back to the finish, and got a great finish for this Lowe's Chevrolet. Put the engine through a lot of hot situations today, so big thanks to Valvoline and awesome oil they put in this race car. Just an awesome day, top to bottom, great pit stops, fast race car. A lot of Hendrick cars up there. I'm very proud to be in a Hendrick car as well.
Jimmy Johnson, second. Jamie?
Jeff Gordon led 47 laps from the pole. I feel like it's Daytona all over again right at the end. Jeff, what happened?
Yeah, I was up in the booth yesterday talking about this. Man, you got to get to pit road and without locking the tires up and not speeding. And I thought I was plenty conservative there, but the tires were pretty worn out, and I just carried too much speed to pit road, and kind of locked the tires up. And then I was just speeding. I couldn't get the car slowed down. But we had an awesome drive in Hunger Chevrolet. I mean, we had kind of got shuffled back there a little bit. Hats off to Dale Jr. and that whole team, and everybody at Hendrick Motorsports. Boy, we had amazing cars this weekend. But Dale Jr., you could tell he was driving super aggressive, and you knew that he wanted to win this race bad. And you certainly know all those fans are enjoying this show here. They loved seeing Dale Earnhardt Jr. win this race. But yeah, after that, issue on my part, then, we were just in the back and trying to make our way to the front and did a pretty good job of making some spots up, and we're just going to kind of wait and see what happened there on that last lap. And then they started wrecking, and we avoided one of them, but we couldn't avoid the second one.
The highs and the lows of Talladega. Mike?
Thanks, Jamie. Top 10s for Sam Hornish. Ryan Newman after his troubles 7th. Josh Wise in the top 10. Top 15s for Cole Witt. and J.J. Yaley. Quite a day at Talladega, and it ends up with Junior going to victory lane. Dale Earnhardt Jr. saluted all the fans down the front straightaway, and they all stayed. The grandstand is still packed to join in Dale Jr.'s celebration. Matt Yoakum in victory lane.
Restrictor plate racing long has been Junior's playground. Every win, the 5 before today and now number 6 at Talladega, have been special. Why is this one so much fun? Because your grin told so many stories on your cool down lap.
It's just real emotional. I haven't won here in a long time. It was my daddy's birthday a couple days ago, and just real emotional, man. I've been, everything's just so good for me right now. My personal life and my race and the team I'm with. I don't know why. I don't feel like I deserve it, but I just feel overcome, with a lot of emotion. And been a long time since I won here. We run so good here, and to not win here in so many races, it bothers you. I want to thank Nationwide and my team, my guys, Greg, Kevin, all the guys from last year. I'm sure they're happy. Steve and all those guys have moved on. It's a great day for a lot of people that have been a part of this and helped us get here. We just got a really, really good group of guys that I'm blessed, man. I'm blessed. Everything's going so great.
Steam coming from the car, your teammate behind you. You were trying to anticipate when he would make his move.
Yeah, I didn't know what he had up his sleeve, and maybe they got busy behind him and he couldn't form a run. But we had a real strong car. I didn't know that the motor was going to last. I had faith in it that it would, because we build fast cars and they're tough. And all them guys in the motor shop and the body shop, they earned their money today. And another thing too is it's bugging me. We weren't winning races, and now we're locked in that chase. I got to worry about that. We can call these races so different now, so maybe there's more wins on the way.
Greg Ives gets his first win as a Sprint Cup crew chief, and Mike, the people still are standing.
Darrell, Dale Jr. overcome with emotion in victory lane, and look at these fans.
Yeah, when we talked in our interview yesterday, he was this very same way when he started talking about his dad. I'd never seen him react that way. The model car that Kevin Harvick gave to him that his dad had signed back from the 70s, and just the emotion and how he just never felt worthy. You know, like I just can't live up to my dad's expectations or to what people expect of me, but now I'm happy.
But he has said all along, Greg Ives will be a great crew chief, and I think this is the beginning of a long relationship and a lot of wins.
That's another part of it. That's the other part of it.
Jamie?
Well, Mike, first and foremost, I have to tell you, Greg Ives was on that pit box in tears. He did not want to come down and show that he was crying, but it was his first win. So now we go to the agony of defeat, Carl. Good day until the end. You finished 32nd. What happened?
Yeah, there's a lot of tears at Talladega sometimes, but that is cool to see somebody that happy. That obviously means a lot to Dale. Our Aris Toyota was really good. I thought we had a great run, and then Casey Mears, I think he just spun me out going into one. That was frustrating. I was driving down here. I thought, man, we're going to pull up here, going to have a good run, and I thought we'd get a top 5. And as he pushed and pushed, I was just hoping he'd let go. I tried to save it, and I got to apologize to everybody for my language on the radio. I was really upset as I was saving it. There's people going by, you know, plus 100 miles an hour. They never checked up. I really think that's the most dangerous thing in the sport right now at these places. When there's a wreck, guys got to get on the brake, or we're going to have a lot of problems here. That's we don't want to see that. So overall, great performance. We didn't get what we wanted. We'll get this monkey off our backs and we'll go win some races. Kansas is next week. I love that place.
That's your home track. Good luck next week. That top 5's coming for Carl Edwards.
With Michael Waltrip, Chris Myers, our NASCAR on Fox post-race show live from Talladega. Michael racing in the 55 car, caught up in an early wreck, wound up 36th. But this is Earnhardt country. Dale Earnhardt, who Wednesday would have been his 64th birthday. You saw the emotion from Dale Earnhardt Jr. Senior won here 10 times. This is the 6th win here. But in the last 11 years, he hadn't won here and just overcome with emotion in victory lane.
Dale, I knew him well. He expected us to win at Daytona and Talladega. When we went to Daytona for the first time in 2001, he said, you better win in my car. And when we come to Talladega, you better win there too. That was what his dad told us. And to be able to achieve that, to perform at this level and win one of these races that you know in your heart your dad wants you to win, I'm so happy. I'm so thankful Dale Jr. won. And I got in a crash. Not happy about that.
Not happy about that, but it certainly was a good day for somebody who's a close friend of yours. It was a weekend for favorites in the sports world at the Kentucky Derby. American Pharoah in the ring, Floyd Mayweather, and Dale Earnhardt Jr., a 7-1 favorite in Vegas and wins at Talladega. Dale Earnhardt Jr., he started 4th. In his last 41 restrictor plate races, he had only won once. But, of course, at Talladega, 5, and now with his 6th win here, he equals the most by any active driver, along with Jeff Gordon. And remembering his father, telling Darrell Waltrip on the pre-race show, I was never banking on being a driver. It was a lot to live up to, but obviously put in this position, I'm making the most of it, and it's the happiest I've ever been. And interesting in victory, and I almost don't deserve this. Not the win, but just how good things in his life are right now at age 40.
Well, when his dad won here in 2000, came from 18th to the lead, it was like the most exciting finish ever at Talladega. And you just relive all those moments, and you remember the good times with your father. And Dale Jr.'s heart is as big as anybody on earth. And I talked to him in the pre-race with my hat cam on, and he was telling me that he was just really comfortable with where he was. And when they threw the green flag, he was going to go like he stole that number 88 car, and that's exactly what he did.
And of course, he had Jimmy Johnson with him, but he had to fight off Ryan Blaney, right? The 21-year-old rookie, also Denny Hamlin. Let's hear from Blaney, who wound up finishing 4th with Vince.
Ryan Blaney finishes 4th today. What's going through your mind in the final laps when you're contemplating making a move to potentially win this race?
Well, I was really trying to watch what the 11 did. I knew he was going to make a move, and he was laying back a little bit, kind of judging runs, and the 48 wasn't really laying back at all. So I was really, at Denny's will right there, just trying to do what he did, and he made his move into 3, and I was too late getting down there in front of him. I also didn't think he had big enough run to get all the way by me, and luckily Sam picked me up there on the front stretch and got us back up there. But good day, really, really happy to have Ford back having a good finish after our bad luck at Texas, and Motorcraft and Quick Lane getting them a good finish too. We're really excited to go to Charlotte, and hopefully we can keep this positive momentum running.
Ryan Blaney, terrific day, 4th place.
Well, Denny Hamlin won this race last spring, and Denny, you made that charge to the front there at the end, but what happened?
I got stalled out. We didn't have enough Toyotas up there for sure to really make anything happen. Looking at my surroundings, I knew it would be far-fetched for us to get this victory and get the pushes from the guys with different alliances, but I didn't want to just sit there in line. I actually wanted the 21 to back up from the 48, and so I was going to push him whatever side of the 48 he was going to go, but by the time I started backing up, the 4 already had me pushing, and I made a decision to go around the 21 instead. So shame we couldn't get something going there, but I knew that with all those Chevys up front, it would be tough for us to get a win.
Denny Hamlin comes home 9th.
You heard him talk about looking at his surroundings. Obviously, Dale Earnhardt Jr. had not only a teammate, but another Chevrolet who knows his game well, and that was pretty much the ball game.
Yeah, but Denny made a run at it. He laid back, and that's all those guys were up there playing games, but they also certainly were aware that Jimmy was right behind Dale Jr. and wouldn't probably put Dale Jr. in a bad place unless he could get the win right at the checker flag. Those two cars worked together well and got the victory.
Exciting for Dale Earnhardt Jr. You win, you're in, so he joins the club. Those that are in the chase, they've punched their ticket for NASCAR's playoffs. And again, with Harvick and Jimmy Johnson having 2 wins, that just kind of secures their cushion just a little bit more, but it doesn't leave many open spots for other drivers who are trying to work their way.
Yeah, I talked to Dale Jr. this morning. He said, I don't think there's going to be 16 winners. Points are important, but I got to get a win now.
And you wonder if Jimmy Johnson didn't have a win, part of the Hendrick Chevrolet team, would he have been there helping Junior or working for his own victory? But that's what good teamwork for the Hendrick Chevrolets has done for Dale Earnhardt Jr. and the nationwide 88 team in Victory Lane. NASCAR's most popular driver for 12 straight years, and you saw the fans in this part of the country up cheering. Nobody left as Dale Earnhardt Jr. hung on to win in the end and still celebrating with his team as we welcome you back here live on NASCAR on Fox. And so this is the first of 4 races in a row that will also be run in the chase, at least on these tracks. So that has something to do with, obviously, the NASCAR playoff run toward the championship, something Dale Earnhardt Jr. would like on his checklist. But let's talk about where we go next. In fact, 3 straight night races here, but Kansas next Saturday night on Fox Sports 1.
Yeah, that place has been freshly repaved. It's got progressive banking in the corners. The speeds this weekend are going to be insane. Over 200 miles an hour down into the corner, and then you can run high, you can run low. Cars will be dicing for position. We've been on the short tracks. Now we've been on the big 2.6 mile Talladega. We're going to go to a mile and a half and see some real speed.
Jeff Gordon won there last year, and we thought Jeff Gordon early looked like this would be his race today. We'll talk more with Dale Earnhardt Jr. on Victory Lane over on Fox Sports 1 Victory Lane at midnight tonight, Eastern Time, 9 Pacific. And I don't think he'll stop smiling until that time. A lot to talk about today. He ended up leading the most laps in this race as the Hendrick cars dominated. Tonight on Fox, The Simpsons, Brooklyn Nine-Nine, Family Guy, the 250th episode, and then The Last Man on Earth, the season finale. Next week, you heard Michael talk about Kansas. In fact, we have, after Kansas, the All-Star race at Charlotte, then the 600, and then the race in Dover, the Artie Kempner Invitational, which will be a lot of fun. Well, it was an interesting race because it looked like Jeff Gordon early, then maybe Jimmy Johnson. You had Ryan Blaney hanging around, helping for those long shot hopes. But in the end, Dale Earnhardt Jr., an emotional winner in Victory Lane, takes his team to victory, and they are number 1 for the moment. Thanks for watching NASCAR on Fox.
Checkered flag at Talladega.
This copyrighted telecast may not be reproduced, retransmitted, or used in any form without the authorized written consent of NASCAR Broadcasting. NASCAR would like to thank all of our loyal fans for your continued support, and we hope you enjoyed today's broadcast.